Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. I think we're live. I'm getting a little bit of a syncing issue here, but I think we are good. Welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here to have a watch-along experience for Friday Night SmackDown. Of course, SmackDown coming to you from Lyon in France, as it did last year on the road to Backlash. This time, of course, on the road to Clash at the Castle. So really looking forward to this. Hope it's going to be a fun one. And I hope you're here for the ride as well. Again, Tito, we're having some technical difficulties here. So I'm just going to see if there's anything else I can do to kind of work around this. So bear with me just one moment. And hopefully we can find a way to get this to kind of work. But again, thank you for tuning in. I know I'm live. It's just everything on the back end is going wrong, essentially. So let's see if... All right, it looks like we are back and good. So again, apologies for that, guys, but thank you for tuning in. Why don't we roll the intro now, just to make things a little bit smoother.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, and once again, the action here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We're about, just under an hour away from SmackDown kicking off in Lyon. So, again, if you're new here, welcome. This is not something we often do, but we do it on these European tours because it means we can watch the TV shows at a reasonable time. Gives us more opportunity to bring you extra content as well. But again, my name is Scott. Welcome on in. What we're going to do here is watch SmackDown together, hopefully. So get us on one tab, get SmackDown on another, and we'll have a play-by-play kind of reaction to what we see as well. So let me know in the comments what you're looking forward to tonight and what you thought of the European tour so far. And then when the show's on, we'll be chatting away about all the kind of goings on throughout the night as well. Speaking of which, comments already in from Christopher Leclerc. Appreciate it as always, buddy. Thanks for popping by. It says no Cody Rhodes tonight. That is the rumor, of course, we saw from last week. They still had no medical update when they had SmackDown coming to us live from Dublin. Of course, he's not a Monday Night Raw roster member, so he didn't show up there either. So he hasn't actually been seen. Yeah, so will he show up tonight? He's not advertised tonight, and a rumor is saying that he just won't be there tonight. But I think some of that might be coming from the fact that he isn't advertised. So there's a chance it could be a surprise. Will he show up? Even at Clash, who knows what's going on with Cody Rhodes? You'd imagine he'd be on this tour. Saying that, I've just realised, no, that can't happen because he's just had, his wife has just given birth. I don't know if it was today, but I remember actually just before I came on air, seeing that apparently he's had a second baby. So yeah, probably not going to be there tonight after all, guys. But look, either way, it's going to be a fun show. Let's break down some of the stuff that we are looking forward to seeing tonight. Again, this is your watch-along experience for Friday Night SmackDown. Again, I can't believe I forgot that I'd read just before I came on air that Cody Rhodes and Brandy apparently had a second baby. I only saw it quickly as I was rushing to set up. So not really too sure what's going on there. Didn't know Brandy was pregnant, but either way, congratulations if that is the case. Let's get into what we're going to see tonight. We've got a tag team championship, well, a tag team number one contenders match, I should say. And of course, winner of this will go on to face the tag team champions in the white six spot. Will it be the Street Profits? Will it be Mellow Don't Miz? Myself and Lucas debated whether or not Mellow Don't Miz is going to go in one direction or the other. Is it going to be the Miz that turns on Mellow? Is it Mellow that turns on Miz? Or are they going to become champions? Well, this is a step in that third kind of options direction. So we'll see if that is actually the case. As Christopher Leclerc says, congratulations to Cody Rhodes and Brandy Rhodes on their second daughter. Again, big shout out to the Rhodes family. And again, congratulations from us here at Rebellious Noise as well. Again, no Cody Rhodes, you'd imagine, tonight, but let's get into some of the things we are going to see once more. Solo Sikoa is also defending his US title against Sami Zayn. The MFTs, of course, in the corner of Solo. There'll be some shenanigans here tonight, I'm pretty sure, just as there was last week, just as there is every week in Bloodline or Bloodline adjacent storyline. So we'll see where we go with that one. Let me know if you think the title is going to change hands or if the match is even going to go fully ahead. Moving into another title match, though, we've got the WWE Women's Tag Team titles on the line tonight as well, when the Secret Harvest, of course, with Chelsea Green, go up to get against the defending champions of Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair. Now, I've got to be honest, I would love it if the Secret Harvest came away with the titles, but maybe it's a bit too soon for this storyline for Alexa and Charlotte to spontaneously combust. Maybe not a good idea at the moment, but who knows? Maybe the big pop happens in Lyon for a title change in this match. Also, we're set to get an appearance from John Cena tonight as well. That's quite exciting because he's pretty excited himself. I saw a quote where he was talking about how WWE superstars are calling Lyon the greatest crowd, of course referring to the huge reception that many of the wrestlers got back at Backlash last year, and of course SmackDown in Lyon as well. So yeah, will we get the same tonight? I'm pretty sure they're going to want to live up to their reputation of what we saw last year. Christopher Leclerc thinks The Miz will turn babyface. That looks like an option to me. It felt like the Mello one was more likely, but Lucas kind of started to talk me around to that idea on last week's stream, and I think you could have a point there, Christopher. Christopher also says that Sami Zayn, the new US champion. I'm not sure if that's a good idea really, because Sami doesn't need it, and Solo doesn't need it as much as he did when he first won it. He's not as fragile, I think, as he was a few months back, but I don't see a benefit in giving it to Sami at the moment. But you could be right. Aiden's in the house. Always good to have you on board, buddy. Hope you're doing well and looking forward to Friday night SmackDown. And also says, let's go Cena. Logan sucks. Will we get an appearance from Logan Paul tonight? Again, last week SmackDown closed with the reshot segment of him punching John Cena. We'll see if Cena gets his comeuppance here tonight. Christopher also says WWE's Women's Tag Team Champions will retain. Of course, talking about the fact that the Secret Harvest are trying to claim that gold. Christopher doesn't think that will happen on tonight's show, but a fairly stacked show already. As I say, John Cena appearing, 2 title matches, of course, and a number 1 contenders match, all to look forward to. We're about 51 minutes away from the show kicking off, and again, I'm so glad we get to watch it at a reasonable time here in Europe. And for those tuning in the States on VPNs or anything like that, welcome in as well. And what we'll do is we'll kind of watch the show together. If you are watching this on demand because you watched it at a normal time, if you will, in the United States, or just watching it on delay anyway, welcome to you as well. Of course, you're not here for the live chat, but it'd be great to hear your thoughts and comments on the stream itself in the comments below. Now, again, this is the watch-along experience. In a bit, we're also going to have a little bit of chat about Monday Night Raw. It's quite an eventful show there as well. And at the end of tonight's SmackDown show, we'll also have an instant reaction review for everything we see on tonight's SmackDown as well. Now, this weekend is a big one. We're also going to have a weekend kickoff show tonight. So once SmackDown is off the air, as I say, there'll be an instant reaction review. Then we'll go off for a while. And tonight at about 11 o'clock UK time, so that's basically, not to figure it out all off the top of my head in other countries, but that's basically just under 5 hours away. Whatever that is to you, wherever you live or wherever you are, we're going live then again to have a huge kind of weekend preview based on Clash in Paris. So if you want to know my thoughts on predictions there, basically subscribe, come back for that stream as well. Let's get some more of these comments here as well. Aiden says, I'll join a preview, but I have family coming around for SmackDown. No worries, buddy, but good to have you on board for this preview section as well. We'll be replaying some of our thoughts on Monday Night Raw in a moment. But Aiden says, still better than Dublin. Again, Aiden wasn't the biggest fan of Dublin's crowd. I thought they were good. I keep saying, Aiden, I thought they were good. Birmingham was great as well. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing what they do tonight in Lyon. Of course, they've got a lot to live up to, not just those crowds, but themselves from a year ago. Talking about Clash in Paris, I should say. We'll also have our build-up show on, Sunday night. bit confusing having PLE on Sunday night again, right? And that's where we get hyped up and in the mood for the big show itself. And also, we will have a watch-along experience. We rarely do them on this channel, especially for PLE. So again, if you like what you see, stay tuned. We'll have a watch along for Clash in Paris as well. But you've tuned in right now to the SmackDown watch along. As you can see, John Cena is expected on tonight's show, even if Cody Rhodes isn't able to make it some star power in the mix either way. So we're looking forward to a good show tonight, I'm hoping. Ada says we're going live for Paris. Yep, we'll be going live for Paris Raw, as you say, as well as Clash in Paris. So thanks for asking that, Aiden. That is our current plan, at least. We'll be covering all these TV shows from Europe. And Aiden also says London for Raw was better again. I know it's a little bit of bias for you there, Aiden, because you was there. But look, I agree. I'm always going to stick up for a London crowd as well. The Cody Crybaby comments. Is that referring to the fact that there is a baby crying maybe in the household once again for Cody? Or you're just being mean like The Rock was, eh? I'm sure you're just kind of using that term to make fun of make light of the situation. But yeah, Cody not around, sadly, tonight. But hey, he's got bigger fish to fry back at home. So congratulations to him and again to Brandy as well. Now you're tuned in, as I say, to the watch along experience. I want to know what you think is going to go down tonight, what you think is going to happen in the title matches, and what else do you think we could see on Friday Night SmackDown? Of course, a shorter show than Monday Night Raw traditionally, 2 hours speaking, Raw usually 3 hours. Although we only got 2.5 in Birmingham, which I was happy about because I think Raw is way too long. A 2-hour show is a little bit more palatable for us as well. So we'll be going on there, of course, live with SmackDown. We'll continue to be in there, I should say, but we'll be live with it in about just over 45 minutes for the 2 hours that it's on. And then again, we'll hit you with an instant reaction review. But again, stay tuned for the play-by-play experience as well. Cody Crybaby running away from Drew McIntyre. Okay, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, a lot of kind of back and forth with that storyline at the moment. I wonder if Drew's going to show up and kind of call him out tonight, essentially. Christopher Leclerc says, breaking news, Chelsea Green will be replaced by Piper Niven in the WWE's tag team title match because Niven is unavailable. Or we're replacing, I guess you're saying Niven has been replaced. Is that the case? Wow, I haven't seen anything about that, Christopher, but thanks for kind of sending that over my way. I haven't actually seen that. What's going on? Have they announced that WWE themselves? Let's have a little look. That's what we love about these streams. We get kind of breaking news and kind of react to it as it is actually breaking. Let's have a look. If WWE posted about it themselves, I can't see it. But wow, big news. She got her on NXT, says Aiden. Okay. All right, we'll see what happens there then. That's interesting. Maybe that means it's less likely they're going to pick up the win. My next stream will be Raw in Paris. Aiden, not around for Clash content. Okay, fair enough, mate. But hey, hope you enjoy the weekend of wrestling either way and join us for Clash, for Raw in Paris, as you say. Now, speaking of Raw, we're going to throw it over now to my original review from Monday Night Raw. So if you haven't already, what we're going to do now is basically show you my original thoughts if you haven't watched that action review, and we'll be back in about half an hour's time. As always, I'm going to be lurking in the background, replying to comments and stuff like that, so to keep them coming, and then we're going to come back live in half an hour time. We go through the best comments, and we'll really ramp it up to Friday Night SmackDown content as well. Nick Aldis has announced it. Apparently, this is Christopher. I saw a video on their X account, but I haven't actually got around to watching it yet, so I assume that's where it's come from. But thank you for that, Christopher. Breaking news: apparently, Piper Niven is out and Chelsea Green is in. Will that change the booking of this match? But let's get back to what went down on Monday Night Raw as we look at our review from Birmingham. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and I'm joining you on a Monday night from England to talk about a show that took place in England tonight, Monday Night Raw, of course, at a reasonable time, so it meant we got to do a watch-along experience. Thank you to everyone that tuned in live for that, and thank you to everyone that's tuned in for this portion of the show, of course, the instant reaction review, and we appreciate those joining on demand as well. Let us know what you thought of the show. I want to hear your comments in this show as well. We're going to talk about the kind of hits, the misses, pieces, if you will, as well, from a kind of busy Monday Night Raw in Birmingham. But again, I want to know what you thought of the show overall as we start to break it down segment by segment and moment by moment on this review. Overall, guys, I thought it was a fun show. I don't think it was, I guess, spectacular in the second half. It did kind of drag almost, but then weirdly enough ended 30 minutes earlier than we expected. Of course, Monday Night Raw these days it tends to be a 3-hour show. The show ran at about 2 hours 35, so a very, very different time frame for Monday Night Raw. And I think maybe if I knew that, it might not have felt like it was dragging as much, because I would have known there was light at the end of the tunnel, essentially. That sounds like I didn't enjoy Raw. I did enjoy Raw. It's just, I always say, and I've said it time and time again, you guys will know if you've been with us before, I'm not the biggest fan of Raw being 3 hours long. That being said, as I say, it was a enjoyable show. Let's get into the big kind of stories to come out of it, though. Again, thank you to everyone that joined us on the show earlier on, but you're now watching the instant reaction review of Monday Night Raw. Let's get into it, though, guys. Let's start with what we opened the show with, of course, which was, as advertised, Roman Reigns making his way to the ring and basically apparently being advertised as to come and explain why he's done what he's done recently and looking after his cousin Jey Uso, which I kind of thought was, well, okay, that's obvious. It's his cousin, and I'm a good guy now, and so is he. But it kind of moved away from that. Bronson Reed came out with Paul Heyman, had a really, really fun segment. If I'm honest, I really, really enjoyed this. It was a great way to open the show. The fans in Birmingham were, as expected, on fire. Really, really seemed to enjoy the night themselves, as we did on the watch along, of course. But I can imagine what the atmosphere would have been like in the arena itself. So credit to the fans there. Some great songs in this one. The typical daddy daddy cool that you get over in Europe these days in the name of Roman Reigns. And yeah, of course, we had, as I say, Bronson Reed coming out with a shooter filer and really dropping some great lines himself on Roman as well. But a really, really enjoyable opening segment. The typical stuff from Paul Heyman, all that kind of stuff, and then healing it up, not wanting the orders to kind of say it along with him. But then you got Roman Reigns showing a different side of him, like a really kind of almost emotional, happy, positive, but then kind of sad side at the same time, at kind of feeling guilty almost about kind of his past. Like he's all of a sudden really started to show appreciation for Jey Uso and for his fans, and but also talk about, you know, how he's a changed man and he's lost things in his life. You know, he's lost his wise man, he's lost his bloodline, he's lost his titles as well. So quite an interesting opener as far as, you know, Roman Reigns' storyline progression and character progression goes as well. So quite I guess a notable one in that sense as well. That's how we opened it up, and again, I thought it was coming thick and heavy, man. It was a good start to the show. Actually really did enjoy it. Aiden's popping out, got to go to college tomorrow. No worry, Aiden, thank you so much for tuning in and watching along with us on the show as well. Appreciate everyone that's been with us, where we've been commenting or lurking in the background. We appreciate it. If you're still live though, let me know what you do think of Monday Night Raw, and did you think it was a good show overall? And again, Aiden, we'll see you on the next stream, buddy. We're going to be back, of course, on Friday night for a stream of SmackDown coming to you live from Lyon. Well, I'm not in Lyon, but I'll be live as well. But yeah, let's dive into Monday Night Raw in more detail. As I say, started out, in my opinion, with a really, really fun opening segment with Roman Reigns and Bronson Reed. First match we get into, though, it was... I'm trying to remember now. What was it? Let me see if I can get to some notes here. It was... Oh, no, we had backstage, didn't we? Yeah, day night, talking about how he thought CM Punk did push him. That plays into the main event. We'll get to that later on, of course, as well. We just saw how the show closed with loads of shenanigans. Quick comment here from Aiden as far as rating the show. Gives it an 8 out of 10. Only marked it down because of the Netflix glitches. So not really about the content itself, but I appreciate what you mean. It did have some weird glitches, didn't it? For those that aren't familiar, maybe didn't have it on their end. Well, I actually feel like it was probably a global thing. I think, yeah, it was in the opening match, I believe. There was slow motion, basically, footage. Audio went, and then it kind of caught up. Later on, there was a bit where they went to the ads. They said it was a 9-minute ad break. It went about 6, and then it in that replayed the same segment again of the New Day chatting. For us in the UK, where we aren't seeing ads, we're seeing kind of bonus content, essentially. They played that twice. They played the kind of promos that they had delivered about that night twice, and then all of a sudden it kind of caught back up and you could press live and it jumped ahead to Becky Lynch already been in the ring. It really kind of took us out of the moment. I think a lot of us was taken by surprise, and we did fall behind, as Aiden says. Aiden was watching live and thankfully sent me a message and said, look, it's not live for me anymore. And I realized mine was the same and we caught up. But look, let's focus on the positives. The next week's thing was kind of annoying. Don't get me wrong. It did take away from the show a little bit, but the show itself was really cool. What did we start out with? I swear it was the Dragon Lee match was first, right? Dragon Lee versus JD McDonough. I thought it was a really, really good match. I'm just trying to find my notes here. See if I can get to where we are. Was it Dragon Lee and JD McDonough? Yeah, it was. Fantastic match, by the way, guys. This one wasn't actually advertised ahead of time. This wasn't kind of in the preview that they put up for Monday Night Raw on WWE.com. Sorry, Luke distracted there because Aiden again having a dig at the Dublin crowd. Wasn't the biggest fan there. I think Birmingham were maybe better, but I think the Dublin crowd was still good. Dom wasn't in the correct position. You're right. Yeah, it was that really weird point, wasn't it, where backstage the Judgment Day were chatting and Dom ran behind to get into position to chat to El Grande Americano. Really weird. Again, I said it on the stream earlier on. Who was that? Because sometimes that plays into it, right? You see someone lurking in the background. We saw it with Asuka. We saw it with Kairi Sane on the segment between Io and Rhea, which we'll talk about later on. I thought, was that the same here? But Aiden was watching live with me. Aiden went back and said, no, it was Dom. It looked like Dom just wasn't in the right position. Very, very strange. I wonder if people kind of caught onto that online. But sticking with the Judgment Day, as I say, opened up with a fantastic match. Really, really enjoyable. These guys kind of left it all out there. Match of the night for me, 100% match of the night. Really, really good. Already the best thing I've seen on this European tour. There's been some fun segments and fun moments, great lines and decent matches, but this one basically took it to another level. A really, really enjoyable match. Dragon Lee wins by pinfall by hitting the Operation Dragon. JD kind of course, had a little bit of help from Dominic Mysterio, but AJ Styles, the kind of enemy of a lifetime, really chases you over the sea and catches you no matter where you are. And he did the same thing here with Dominic Mysterio and trying to take him out, which sets up a match later on, which we'll get to very soon. Again, we mentioned earlier on, though, LA Knight is a little bit upset about CM Punk. That we'll play into it later. Coming back from commercial break, we get a Rusev video package where he talks about how he wants to hurt Sheamus. Later on, Sheamus has one in return saying, look, nobody wanted you back, mate. Like, quite a harsh promo in return. But yeah, this is where we got that weird thing. No, they were bickering backstage at this point. JD and the rest of the Judgment Day, Finn Balor, of course. And Raquel said, look, what would Liv want? Dominic says, look, why don't you take care of AJ Styles? And that does set up the match between Finn and AJ later on. We also had Kofi Kingston versus Penta. A pretty good match. Not the kind of like, look, it wasn't pay-per-view quality, and that's okay because it wasn't a pay-per-view match. But I do wonder what these guys could do on another show. It was a good match. It kind of went a bit long, but then again, I think a lot of things on this show kind of dragged out a bit when maybe they could have just had different things going on. It wasn't a bad match. I really enjoyed everything we saw from the guys in the ring and the guys outside the ring, as far as Xavier Woods in his top hat and towels, but no sleeves, and his neck brace because he's playing out that he's got injured from the Destroyer, which, by the way, Grayson Waller's trying to get cancelled, and he's got a petition going around Birmingham. I think they said they'd signed up 27 to the petition, so fair play TMA in Birmingham. And then he goes up to Corey Graves, who signs it. I guess that makes it 28 as well. So that was quite a fun segment. Later on as well, we got to see them be interviewed in the audience in those breaks. Again, if you watched it in the States, you may not have seen this. It might be an exclusive online. But basically, as the ads rolled, we got a bit of bonus footage where they were being interviewed and really happy about the outcome in this match because Kofi Kingston was victorious and they turned the frown upside down, if you will. They turned the black clothing into something very colourful indeed, as ticker tape or what do you call it? Colourful confetti essentially lands all over the members of the New Day, thanks to their kind of lackey on the side now, it would seem, in Grayson Waller. Again, not what I expected from his character, but I think he's playing it well. I'm enjoying what he's doing here. I just don't know if it was the right thing. I really don't know. Because of the whole thing with him and Austin Theory, again, not having an ended, seems to be more relating to how they feel maybe about Austin Theory, who's not getting on the shows at the moment, it would seem. So, yeah, which is in itself a massive shame. A really, really enjoyable match here, like I say. Not as good as the opener, don't get me wrong, but Kofi Kingston does pick up the win with Trouble in Paradise after basically getting some help, as you can imagine, from the heels with Grayson Waller also helping out Kofi Kingston here as well. Much like we'd already seen in the opening match as well, a bit of interference. By the way, in the opening match, we did see Finn Balor at first get kind of you're out of here sort of thing from the referee. So that's why it was up to Dominic Mysterio to try and get involved later on. We had some WrestlePalooza hype and stuff like that. We also had Stephanie Vaquer backstage talking about, what's happening now, basically. I missed this at the moment, but I think Aiden said that I didn't really pay attention to what was being said. It was just her saying what's happening next. I didn't notice that apparently Adam Pearce said that you are going to get your match for the title, but I don't know who the other person is going to be, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Of course, that's because Naomi is now relinquished the title, so they will not be facing each other at Clash in Paris. A shame for Naomi, but of course, she's got great things going on in her life, so we can only wish her the best there as well. And hopefully when she comes back, her career continues to kind of pick up and be incredible like it has been over the past year or so. Becky Lynch makes her entrance. Again, this is where we had that kind of awkward situation going on, and it jumped ahead. Becky Lynch comes out and basically says, from what I got of it, because again I did miss the beginning because of that glitch from Netflix. Look, I'm not going to wait around for someone to call me and just show up. It was advertised basically as Nikki Bella is going to call out Becky Lynch, but yeah, Becky just didn't want that to happen. It seems in character. I don't know if there was a creative change to actually explain this, but yeah, she just basically came out herself and called out Nikki Bella, or kind of goaded her out at least. Good stuff on the mic here from Becky, but there was that really, really awkward comment about Ozzy Osbourne. Now, I won't go into it too much here because I've already kind of touched on it. And if you want to know my thoughts more in depth, check it out when it happened on the watch along. But I wasn't really a fan of this. I know there is a way to do this kind of thing, but when Ozzy only passed away a month ago, basically she said something about dying, and she kind of led into saying the good thing about Ozzy is he was smart enough to move to LA. And then also, no, I think she said like the best thing about her, Birmingham died a month ago or something like that. And then at least he was smart enough to move away. But if I was him, I'd want to die too, or something along those lines. It was really, really awkward. Talking of awkward as well, there was kind of awkward back and forth between Nikki Bella and Becky Lynch. And I don't like that I'm saying this, but I don't think it was the best segment. I mentioned on the watch along that the opening segment made me want to watch Roman and Bronson Reed more. I actually went into this feud thinking I want to see Nikki and Becky quite a bit. And now coming out of it thinking I don't want to see it anymore. Maybe, I don't want to say I want to see it less, but it just didn't go well. Nikki wasn't bad in her delivery, but it just wasn't for me clicking with the fans. She tried a few times to hit the old cheap pops in there, maybe a bit too often as well. Maybe that's because she could tell it wasn't really going that well. And in my opinion, didn't go too well when she then pronounced it as Birmingham, something I think they've tried their best to steer away from, things like Glasgow and Birmingham when they come to the UK. Most of the people are saying Glasgow or Glasgow or Birmingham or Birmingham, closer to pronunciation from people with regional dialects in the UK, or at least maybe the city itself. But to hit it with a Birmingham was a bit cringy for me. And then Becky did the same, which I can only put down to her being heelish and playing into it, or maybe just being so used to being in the States that she sees Birmingham, Alabama as Birmingham, or the main Birmingham, or whatever you want to call it. I'm going on a bit of a tirade here, but I hope you get what I mean. It was just a bit weird. And it didn't really help that we had things like that, essentially. Nikki went for Lynch, I should say, went for a cheap shot. Nikki blocks it, hits it with a rolling elbow. It's a bit of a back and forth. Manhandle slam gets blocked. The rack attack 2.0 gets blocked. And Becky Lynch gets away to fight another day. And yeah, that other day will be Clash in Paris, which, by the way, we will be doing a watch-along experience, much like we did for tonight's Monday Night Raw. So make sure you tune in for that. And as we always do on PLE nights, we're also going to have a build-up show as well. So keep your eyes tuned on this channel for more content surrounding this European tour, but also surrounding Clash in Paris. We're going to try and cover it in depth for you. CM Punk's interviewed backstage after this as well, and he basically says, you know what, I didn't mean it, but I don't really care when it comes to LA Knight. That's basically the summary of what happened there. Rhea Ripley comes out next, and we have Rhea Ripley versus Roxanne Perez. This is where I think the matches started to drag a little. Again, not a bad match. Bad result, in my opinion. I really wanted to see Roxanne Perez get the win here. I know she's a heel, but she is kind of fragile in the sense that she's not been on the roster for long. As Christopher said in the comments earlier, she's got a really bad, record, essentially. And now, overall, in a bad record now against Rhea Ripley. They advertised this as, can Rhea Ripley go 3-0, essentially? And she did. And I was really surprised by that, because they've already got a story where Rhea's trying to do something. So it felt like they wanted to make her look good so that her not being Io wasn't so bad. But Io, in my opinion, as great as she is presented, at least on a lower level than Rhea. So therefore, this is the one time where Rhea doesn't look like the absolute best and doesn't have everybody's number. So that's been good for Io. But then for her to just beat Roxanne 3-0, basically, I didn't like that. Roxanne's proven herself on the main roster as a kind of up-and-comer. She's proven herself within the Judgment Day in the storyline. So I just think it didn't really work. As I say, though, enjoyable match, enjoyable ending if it weren't kind of surrounded by the rest of the story. But it does pick up the win with a Riptide, which I was quite shocked about. After this, though, we'd seen a little bit of action from Raquel Rodriguez getting involved, as you would expect from the heelish Judgment Day faction. And they start beating her down at the end of the match, essentially. Io makes a save. Now, this is kind of interesting because earlier in the night, we'd seen Io and Rhea backstage. And Io was basically saying to Rhea, look, I respect you, but we can't hang out anymore because Asuka and Kairi, they don't really get it and they're not pleased, basically. And Io was really touchy. Rhea was really touchy on the shoulder of Io. And then they carried on chatting, and I thought, that's it. They're going to replay this in the montage in the future. They're going to go, look, they were close. They were touching each other. And when really Io was saying, look, we got to back off, right? Then, they carried on chatting. And the other two in the background really being animated to show that they're disapproving of this because there's a big old hug. And they get really close. Honestly, it felt later on, after seeing this, that maybe it was a little bit more than the friendship that they're alluding to with these two. Because, I don't know, they were just very touchy-feely. Look, mates can be touchy-feely. I hug my mates. I'm not scared to do that. I'm all right hugging my mates, you know? But I don't know. It just felt really weird. They've always respected each other, but now they're really close on camera. And even if it's not more than just friends, it's weird that they're portraying them as those type of friends and that close, because that's never really been the case. She basically comes out to make the save, which I felt was counterproductive because we'd already got the montage clips of the arm and the hug, right? Did we really need to see disapproval? But it's because it was going to play out in front of our eyes, essentially. They just kind of did it all within one show. Io comes out for the save, as I say. But later on, we see that her buddies in Asuka and Kairi saying they're not happy about this. And they start screaming at her, more so Asuka. And then a very, very emotional Kairi watches Asuka leave and then just kind of says, I'm sorry, really sad and earnestly, to a friend in Io. And it was really weird. It was and even Michael Cole was this is all weird. It felt like they've really ramped something up here, something that wasn't really there with their characters before. So, and I don't know why. I don't know what they're doing. Is it just a jealousy thing? Is it just that they're going to be heels and is a new story to tell for, so it's a surprising story, but it can be really surprising depending where it goes. I really don't know where they're going to go with this one. So, hey, stay tuned. We'll keep an eye on that one and we'll kind of give our thoughts on this channel as much as we can. Speaking of which, again, thank you to everyone that joined us earlier on for the watch-along experience of Monday Night Raw from Birmingham. You are now watching the instant reaction review, so we appreciate you here as well. We're also going to be doing a watch-along experience for Friday Night SmackDown coming to you live from Lyon as well. So stay tuned again, subscribe to the channel for details surrounding that stream. And of course, again, on the weekend, we're going to be doing a watch along and a build up show for Clash in Paris as well. So stay tuned for that. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Again, we don't just talk wrestling as far as predictions and previews and stuff like that. We've also had the opportunity to interview some of your favorite WWE superstars in the past, like those that have appeared on tonight's show, like Finn Balor. We've also had great conversations with Drew McIntyre and with Damian Priest in the past as well. So thank you for tuning into this, but I do hope you get to see more of our content on this channel. Sticking to the subject at hand though, what did you think of Monday Night Raw overall? If you could rate it, I want to know in the comments, whether you're watching live or on demand. If you're lurking in the background, come on guys, let me know what you thought of Monday Night Raw. Seth Rollins said he was right in the backstage segment to pick Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed was completely different here, by the way. Earlier on, he was all laughing and jokey. Here, angry. They also, in the opening segment, mentioned Bronson's Samoan heritage, which I didn't know. Obviously knew he's of Polynesian descent, but I didn't know it's specifically Samoan. And he said that his family got exiled to Australia. Now, I don't know how much of this is just playing as a character, and he's earned these tattoos, whereas Roman, as a Samoan, is just basically, I guess, a bit kind of insinuating he's a bit of a fraud and you know, not as legit and as scary as his tribe, essentially. And, you know, just paid for his tattoos. So, yeah, quite laughy and jokey, but also kind of menacing in the opener. But then this backstage bit, he's just like a beast. He's just really angry. Yeah. Heyman saying to Seth, look, you were right. You're such a genius. And he's like, yeah, I am. And then he turns to Bron and basically is really hyping up the Vision, as they call their stable now as well. AJ Styles versus Finn Balor. Again, this is because Dominic Mysterio said, oh, you know him. You saw it out. Didn't really work out for Finn Balor, though, because AJ wins off of a fantastic kind of sequence at the end there, where he kind of reverses a load of moves essentially into the Styles Clash and hits the pin. Really, really good match here. Again, one that started a little slow, but really picked up in the end and was enjoyable overall. And another example, if you put this on a PLE, this is a WrestleMania match. I'm not saying they delivered a WrestleMania worthy match, but like marquee wise, it's a WrestleMania match. They delivered a good Raw match, though. It was really cool. And that's, you know, that's okay. You shouldn't have WrestleMania matches on Raw all the time, right? Or that often at all, really. But a good Raw quality match. Didn't really work out for the Judgment Day. They're backstage now with Adam Pearce saying, look, not happy about this. There's a funny bit where JD McDonough interrupt Adam Pearce's idea and said, oh, yeah, he's going to be back for the building in Paris next week, right? And he says, no, next week, Monday Night Raw in Paris. Thankfully, because we're going to get to see the great, phenomenal chant I'm hoping for AJ Styles again. He's going to be facing off against Dirty Dom for the IC title. And I got a feeling that he might actually win it this time, because Dom's had this belt for a while, and we wondered if he could be dropping it a few weeks back to AJ. This would make sense in a place like Paris, which suddenly France feels like AJ's home in some ways. We had a Bayley promo as well, one of those kind of hearing voices things. We saw it last week, of course, with the role model. This time, I believe it was the first time at least, we heard the voice of the Hugger Bayley as well. They showed a cool silhouette of both characters and some kind of shots where you didn't really see her face, but as both characters as well. She's feeling turmoil because she hears the Hugger first, then she hears the role model, and then she's kind of like freaking out about it. Look, I think it looks visually and audibly even quite cool, but for canon, for pro wrestling, it doesn't make sense, right? You could suspend your disbelief, right, for the Undertaker and for Bray Wyatt and the Wyatt 6, but like it can't keep going like unless Bayley really goes full force into this kind of supernatural character. Like, why are we hearing her voice? Like, the only other way is that she, in order to get across her point, has manufactured this video herself. Like, that's the only way they can get around it as far as making this, I guess, believable, right? I don't get it, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with her character. I can't lie. I think she needed a refresh, and I'm glad they're putting something into her, you know? So there's that at least. Lyra Valkyria, by the way, backstage as well with Adam Pearce, showing concern for Bayley. So it'll be interesting to see if I imagine they're just going to go into a feud, and after showing concern and compassion for Bayley, is going to suffer Bayley's wrath, you know. So I think this is going to be a bad ending essentially for Lyra Valkyria. What else did we get? Well, we get into the main event, really. Braun Breaker's walking backstage with Bronson Reed. He's taken out Bronson Reed by Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns has kind of pulled back a little bit. He's taken out outside of the venue, and then LA Knight, LA Knight attacks Braun Breaker, and then they basically just brawl onto the stage, down the ramp, around the ring, and then in the ring for the final portion of tonight's show. Again, another one of those that was kind of a long match. But maybe because I felt like it was dragging because I was looking at it as if it was going to be 45 minutes long. I was like, how are we going to get to the top of the hour? We didn't. It probably all in all was about 20 minutes out there at least. And then you had the bit, of course, backstage. Good match overall. Not the match of the night. That was Dragon Lee, as I say, and JD McDonough with a fantastic opener. But one that was kind of exciting at the end, and it was the typical thing. We'd seen CM Punk backstage. Surely he was going to go out there. We'd seen Jey Uso with a little kind of segment with Roman Reigns, where again he was really hyping up this kind of, like, it's my bad, and you're impressing people and you're doing good, sort of thing. You do got to wonder where that's going. I don't think he should be turning heel. You could argue Jay was a little heelish tonight because he just kicked a bad guy. But bad guys can kick good guys, can kick good guys. No, he kicked a good guy is what I'm getting at. Seemed like a bad guy. Some people could take it that way. It's always risky when you do a good guy on good guy. It was also really risky for LA Knight. So I'm kind of jumping all over the place here, but that's what we got to at the end. LA Knight is getting beaten down by Seth Rollins because he's interrupted what ended up being a beatdown essentially at the end of the match because Braun Breaker wins with the spear. Seth Rollins comes out and just starts battering LA Knight. Jey Uso comes out to even things. Bronson Reed comes out as well. And then we get CM Punk. Massive ovation. Just like the other week, they start singing his theme song, Continue It. It looks fantastic. Again, the fans in Birmingham, great tonight. They get in the ring. Him and Seth start going at it after he's already taken out Braun Breaker. And the good guys basically prevail. The bad guys start running away. Clutching onto the world title is Seth Rollins next to Paul Heyman and his cronies. And then there's a little bit of shoving, argy-bargy from LA Knight and CM Punk. They're pushing each other. They accidentally knock over Jey Uso. Jey Uso super kicks LA Knight. And at this stage, I thought the two good guys standing over the other good guy in LA Knight was a risky move for someone like LA. Because of his character's kind of heelish, and it could be misinterpreted as, we shouldn't like this guy, even though a lot of people do like him, of course. But CM Punk, people really like, and Jey Uso. I mean, people really like LA, don't get me wrong, but it's just a different kind of vibe. Anyway, different kind of character. Then what you get is Jay just super kicking CM Punk, like business for himself. That is it. He is in it on his own. And this is getting a laugh from Seth Rollins, who's cackling away and hits a yeet himself. Then Jey Uso gets the whole crowd to do a big old yeet. And that is pretty much how the show goes off the air as he starts yeeting up on the turnbuckle to take things home on this edition of Raw on Netflix. Coming to you live again, as it was from the UK, from Birmingham. A really, really fun show. And again, a hot crowd. Really, really like some of the chants they did here. The obvious ones, like the Roman Reigns to Daddy Cool, but the We Will Rock You chant saying Rhea Ripley was fantastic. So really just funny chants. There was ones about, I think about the shoes in the early going and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, give your shoes back or whatever it was. Fantastic audience, really, really on top of things, and a fun show overall. Again, I'm always kind of dubious about Monday Night Raw being 3 hours, but thankfully it didn't go that long. But I thought it was, so kind of just felt long in my head. It only went 35 minutes longer than SmackDown, but still 25 minutes shorter than a Monday Night Raw would usually be. But this has been your instant reaction review, guys. Once again, thank you to everyone that joined us for this stream. If you're watching live or on demand, we appreciate you. We want to know your thoughts, so get them in the comments below. Thank you for joining us. Subscribe if you haven't already. And as I mentioned, we're going to be hitting you with a watch-along experience for SmackDown on Friday when it comes to you live from France. All right, well, we are here to give you that SmackDown watch-along experience. You've just been watching the Monday Night Raw review, though. Hope you enjoyed that, but we are live once again here for Friday Night SmackDown. We're about 15 minutes away from the show kicking off, and just looking at that SmackDown, that Raw instant reaction review graphic. I mean, like I said in the stream, man, Rio and Io got Io, yeah, Rio and Io got very close on SmackDown on Raw. Excuse me, I'm all flustered now thinking about it. Rio and Io. Yeah, like I know they're friends, as I said, but is it just me? It can't just be me, right? That looks a little bit more than friendship. But hey, we won't see progression with that tonight because, again, they are very much Raw superstars, although that's not stopped them before. But what we will see is a number one contendership match for the tag team titles. Of course, the former champion Street Profits facing off against a man who's held the titles many, many times, but with different tag team partners and is looking to get there once again with his current one, of course, The Miz and Carmelo Hayes, the team of Melo Don't Miz. But is this team going to break apart or will they be successful? And if they do break apart, in what direction do they go? Do we see the seeds of that planted tonight or even the explosion of the team or fruition of getting closer to the title? Talking about titles, though, Sami Zayn looks to capture the US title off of Solo Sikoa. Of course, his former Bloodline member, no longer friends these days, and very much at each other in opposing sides of the Bloodline War once again, it would seem. Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair look to defend their tag team titles against Secret Service on tonight's show as well. Some breaking news earlier on, thanks to Aiden and Christopher sending us their comments to let us know, essentially, to check out the WWE video that they've posted of Nick Aldis announcing that Chelsea Green has been taken out of that match. Piper Niven has been taken out of that match, and Chelsea Green is in her place after Chelsea sadly seemingly got injured. I've said it again. Piper sadly seemingly got injured on NXT. So will that change the booking? We'll have to wait and see. You're watching this SmackDown watch along. Again, the show comes to you live tonight from Lyon, and famously, they were an incredible crowd for Backlash and SmackDown, of course, last year as well. A big part of that, AJ Styles as well. We're not going to see him tonight, but we'll see him in front of the French audience at least on Monday Night Raw when it comes live from Paris. We, of course, will try our best to do a watch along experience for that as well. We don't often get to do them on this channel because, well, as you might have guessed from my accent, we're from Europe. We're European based, so we don't often get to watch these shows at a reasonable time. So when we do, we try our best to kind of commit and kind of bring you extra content. On the night of a PLE, what we usually do is a build-up show. Now, if you're new around here, you might not know what I'm talking about, but basically it's a way to get us and you guys hyped up and in the mood for the big PLE. We'll be doing that on Sunday night. We'll also, again, we don't often do them, but we will be hitting you with a watch-along experience for Clash in Paris. So if you like what we're seeing tonight, we'll be back in the same thing for Clash in Paris, and then again for Monday Night Raw as well. Big card, of course, Clash in Paris. We could spend a long time talking about that alone, and don't worry, we will. We're going to have a weekend kickoff show tonight. WWE aren't doing a kickoff, guys, so we're going to do one instead. So tonight, from 11 p.m. UK time, we will be going live to break down every single one of the matches that will be taking place at Clash in Paris. So yeah, really looking forward to that. And if you are new here, then you might not really know what we're all about. So let me just throw it over to a little promo package to tell you.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, and that's the kind of action you can see on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. It's not just previews, it's not just watch-alongs and reviews. As you saw from the clip there, we do also get the opportunity to interview some of your favorite WWE superstars as well. So if you haven't already subscribed, now's a good time to do it. We're continuing to grow the channel and hopefully bring you more great content with that in mind as well. Speaking of which, we've had great conversations on this channel with the likes of Damian Priest. Also had good conversations with Bianca Belair and a good chat with Bayley. You would have seen in our Raw review there that Bayley's going through a little bit of an identity crisis at the moment. So it'd be interesting to see where that storyline goes. Again, not to tread over old ground, but if you were watching a review, you would have seen I'm not the biggest fan of us hearing her voice. It seems in her head, it seems a bit odd, but hey, there's room to explain it, right? So we'll see where this one goes. But look, it's all about SmackDown tonight. Again, you're here for the watch along experience, but we do have a somewhat stacked card already announced. Again, Mello Dope Miz and Street Profits are going at it 1-on-1 to try and go after the men's tag team championships on SmackDown. You've also got, live from Lyon, US champion Solo Sikoa, surely in a clean, good old-fashioned sporting contest against Sami Zayn, right? No shenanigans there, I'm sure. We'll see how that one goes. Then, speaking of championship matches, again, the graphic is out of date now because sadly, Piper Niven apparently has been injured and she will be replaced by her Secret Service not member because they are the Secret Service for her, but I guess who they look after in Chelsea Green. They'll be going off against Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair. Also announced on that video that WWE posted of Nick Aldis earlier on is the match of Kalani James, her SmackDown debut. She's going up against Michin. Now, of course, Kalani and Julia have kind of linked up recently, essentially. So she said to Michin last week, look, if you want Julia and the US title, then you got to go through me first. And Michin was like, she's offering me another match. I like wrestling, basically, paraphrasing. And that's what we're going to get tonight. So we'll see where we go with that one as well. Now, here in the UK, SmackDown is thankfully just like Monday Night Raw on Netflix. So I'm just loading up the tab for SmackDown now. And I suggest doing the same, guys. If you haven't already, get your SmackDown streams ready. It begins in just about 8 minutes. And I'll be live throughout the show, giving you play-by-play analysis and let you know what I think of the events that unfold. After that, we're going to have an instant reaction review where, well, as it sounds, we're going to react instantly, essentially. As soon as the show goes off the air, we'll give you a reaction and review podcast. And then later tonight, we're going to go deep into Clash in Paris territory as well. So stay tuned for that great content coming to you live from the Rebellious Noise crew. Speaking of which, hoping to have more members of the team join us later on as well. So keep an eye out for that one. And hopefully we'll have a fun night. We are 6.5 minutes away from SmackDown beginning. Get your comments in, guys. Let me know what you're looking forward to. What do you think is going to happen tonight? I've seen a lot of rumors going around about like audience participation and songs that are kind of being prepared for tonight's show as well. So that'll be pretty cool. Looking forward to that. This is the kind of show that you want to listen to. You know, I know some streamers have it so that they don't really hear what's going on, but you kind of need to hear the audience when it's the European shows, right? But you guys keep me company as well in written format, I'm sure. Let me know what you think is going to happen tonight. And as the show goes on throughout the stream, let me know your thoughts on everything that's happening on SmackDown overall. As you said, tonight also features John Cena. Again, that video that we saw earlier on from Nick Aldis basically said, look, Cena's here to acknowledge what happened to him at the end of SmackDown last week where Logan Paul came out and punched him. Now, you got to remember as well, it wasn't just that. It started off with Nick Aldis coming to deliver a message to John Cena, which he didn't get to do, which was, hey, I just spoke to Brock Lesnar, and quabamo. Logan Paul comes out of nowhere. Twice, might I add. So the second time, Cena should have seen it coming. If you're not sure what I'm referring to, it was recorded for the American stream because they didn't quite get the angle they wanted, it seemed, on the original broadcast. So it got reshot, and really, Cena should have seen it coming a second time, right? But look, that's the flexibility of a show like SmackDown. Not as flexible as it once was. As I said a few days ago when we did the Raw content, back in the day, you'd have to talk to someone from the States on the phone and be like, oh, yeah, did you see that? And the way it was shot, just happened to tell them something and go, oh, hold on, that's not the way it looked to me, which would be so rare anyway. And you wouldn't know for maybe weeks, months, who knows, years. these days, instantaneously, because a lot of people are sharing these kind of clips online, and or using VPNs if they're out there in the States as well. So it'll be interesting to see if there's anything they cut tonight. Again, there was a time on the last European tour where they did similar. I think something around Jimmy Uso, if I recall correctly. But yeah, gives them that second opportunity, if you will. Now we are about 4 or 5 minutes away from SmackDown kicking off live from the French city of Lyon. And again, if last year's Lyon shows are anything to go by, we've got a fun show to look forward to. Once again, you're watching the watch-along experience here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. And as I mentioned before, we don't often get to do this, so it's a real privilege to be able to watch a show at a reasonable time. It's a few minutes away from 7 p.m., which is beautiful. That might sound bizarre for those out in the States who get to watch it at a reasonable time all the time, but this is a special occasion for us here in Europe. But we appreciate you joining us wherever you are in the world. Again, we're about 3 minutes away now from SmackDown beginning. I love all these SmackDown graphics, by the way. They're playing a loop of the SmackDown logo and those kind of like lightning bolts and kind of looks like almost like glass shattering. I really like the branding of both Raw and SmackDown. I'm not sure what I like more. Maybe even the SmackDown one. Excuse me, a few hiccups there. I've just munched down a load of food before I came on air. That's the one awkward thing about the timings for these shows is how'd you squeeze in dinner around the stream? How'd you do it? I'll have to find a way as well. We'll do Clash in Paris content again. We'll be breaking that down. Quick run through some of the matches on that show. Sheamus versus Rusev. The Big Dog Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed. John Cena versus Logan Paul. Again, we'll see some progression in that storyline tonight on SmackDown. Fatal 4-Way, of course, for the world title. Jey Uso, CM Punk, LA Knight, and Seth Rollins. What a big ending we saw to Monday Night Raw with those. Becky Lynch versus Nikki Bella. And it's looking like it's going to be a big, big show. Again, we'll be kicking off our weekend to Clash tonight, 11 p.m. UK time, which is about 4 hours away as you watch this SmackDown stream live. Hey, it's back in the house. Good to have you with us, buddy. Hope things are going well. I saw the comment earlier from Christopher, by the way, saying they couldn't hear us. Hope everything's all right now. I was kind of checking it myself, and it seemed to be all right, so I assume everything's going well now. But we're about a minute and a half away, guys, from SmackDown kicking off. Again, another French show on our hands, one I'm very, very, very much looking forward to, because I think these guys are going to want to live up to the crowd. So I think we're looking forward to, going to be seeing a good show tonight. Aiden says, we've had a change of plans. Family can't make it. Something's come up. That's a shame, Aiden. But the good thing is your consolation prize is you get to be live with us again, mate. Thank you for tuning back in as soon as you had the opportunity to do so. We appreciate you, mate. All the people that comment, of course, always love seeing the regulars pop up. And always love the new people as well. I know there's a few lurking in the background, not commenting. That's all right. But we'd love to at least hear you say hello. That'd be nice, right? But if you've got strong comments on what's going on in WWE at the moment and you want to let us know your thoughts on SmackDown, we're here for it as well. Speaking of which, we are under a minute away, guys, from Friday Night SmackDown kicking off. And as we do get closer, again, let's run through some of the things we're going to see tonight. John Cena is going to address what happened to him at the end of last week's SmackDown in Dublin. We're also going to see a tag team title match in the women's tag team division. A replacement, though, from this graphic. Sadly, the injury of Piper Niven means Chelsea Green has now replaced her. Solo Sikoa is facing off against Sami Zayn and putting up his US gold. And gold is not quite on the line, but it's not far away for one of these teams because either Street Profits or Melo Don't Miz will become number one contenders tonight if the match goes ahead. I have to say that because you never know in pro wrestling, right? Christopher says, 3 times in a row at WWE live events, Roxanne Perez gave CM Punk a Pop Rocks 3 times in a row. Yeah, that's annoying because I saw it being mentioned the other day and I forgot to watch the video. And now they've done it so many times already. I ain't seen any of them. I'll have to go back and watch it, but that's great. Thanks for letting me know, Christopher. I'll have to look up some of those clips. SmackDown's just beginning. Aiden says, I'll be here, but unavailable for Sunday, but we'll send you my prediction and thoughts on each match for Clash if you want to use it on the stream on Sunday. Yeah, mate, why not? Send them away. I know you usually drop us an inbox on our X/Twitter account at RM Pro Wrestling. For those that don't know, check us out on there. Also on TikTok. And while you're at it, you might as well press the big red button here on YouTube, right? Subscribe to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel if you haven't already. But Aiden, again, tonight we'll have a weekend kickoff as well. So we'll preview Clash in depth later on if you're around for that. We're going to kick that stream off in about 4 hours' time. Before we do that, though, we've got SmackDown. It's just starting. Got a beautiful scene there of Lyon, France. Huge ovation from the fans already, as expected. Got my Cena top on over here. I got my Cena last time his neck stood up there. Joe Hendry was in Cardiff. Yeah, I saw that. Pretty cool that he's being used. And in Manchester. In Lyon tonight, though, again, we can see Sami Zayn with a lovely Fred Perry shirt on there. Appreciate that. Myself, Gunther, and Ludwig Kaiser once had a chat about Fred Perry and fashion on this very channel. So if you want to check that out, do so. They've replayed the same clip of Sammy there, but they're talking about Drew McIntyre. So apparently Drew's going to be here tonight. So welcome back, Manor. Huge, wasn't it, last year? Great audience. And they seem ready to kind of take that crown once again of best crowd of the year. So a little replay from last week, SmackDown in Dublin. Again, quite an enjoyable show. Wasn't the most spectacular, but enjoyable. I know Aiden wasn't a big fan of the crowd, but I thought they were decent. Good reactions. Joe must be busy, says Aiden. Yeah, he definitely is. Doing a lot of good stuff, man. You think about the past few years he's had. Incredible. Another guy we managed to interview. It's not on this channel, though. It's on the main Rebellious Noise channel. It's from about 6 years ago now. So if you want to see a much younger Scott and a much younger Joe Hendry having a chat about mental health and his time as a athlete, essentially, check it out. Again, recapping SmackDown's kind of biggest story coming out of last week, really. Logan Paul versus John Cena. A great promo between two, because it did end with a punch. Not the promo itself, but the show. It was a really weird way to end the show, weren't it? Like, so many things chopping and changing. R-Truth weren't there. Damian Priest come out. The Drew thing where Cody didn't have an update. The women's match ending, and then Cena just walking backstage just to get punched. Very strange. Ezekiel's in the house. Hope you're doing well, Ezekiel. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you're excited about what we're going to see here on SmackDown tonight. About 4 minutes into the stream, as in SmackDown stream itself, we've been live for an hour and 5. We started off with a preview for SmackDown and also a review of Monday Night Raw. If you want to know my thoughts on that, it's also on demand on this channel. And here we go. The replay from last week, which was reshot, as I say. Will we see Logan Paul tonight? Someone's showing up in a Mercedes. I assume this is Logan Paul. Yep, there he is. Big old boos from the fans in Lyon, as expected. Aiden says, what version did they show? They showed the second version, mate. The one that they reshot, the one where it's shot from behind Cena's head. Here we go. Logan Paul's music's hit. He's on his way to the ring. Again, not to the best reception, but I'm sure he'll appreciate the boos either way because it's a badge of honor for a heel, right? Looking pretty smug and happy with himself. I can't hear you. Yeah, and I've seen both as well. So the one we saw in the UK, obviously, was the one where I didn't notice at the time, but like Logan was nowhere near him. like, see his face there, Logan, about there. I mean, it was probably the same when it shot from the other angle, but that's the point. It looks better, right? So they used that version, the one they reshot. Huge boos for Logan Paul. Cena entrance in 5 minutes, you reckon? Yeah, I think so. He ain't going to chat for too long without John Cena blowing off the roof in the place. So here we go. Logan's on the mic. Well, he's got the mic. He hasn't said anything yet. Huge boos once again. Lowers his sunglasses. Sort of a 1999 rock there, wasn't it? He says, John Cena says he thinks I'm a parasite. Gotta be careful. I mean, look. Oh, what a smug line there. He said, I don't even know if you Frenchies know what I'm saying, but let's stick to English because I'm an American. Very smug. But I was about to make that same point. I don't know how many people will understand fully the nuances behind some of these promos, so they've got to be careful here. I'm sure there's loads of people that don't speak English, don't get me wrong. Great Uncle Howdy cosplay in the front row, by the way. I think there's an FU Logan chant. I didn't know that English. You're going to get cut off TV. I mean, they are. They keep dropping the audio. He's good on the mic. He's screaming, though. Oh, he says, I put us on Netflix. Brought us to ESPN, he says, as well. All right, I think we're about to be joined by Lucas. Let me just get him lined up. How you doing, man? Are you in a car?
Yeah. I'm just waiting for the pizza.
Nice. Are you getting to watch SmackDown?
I will. Like I said, I'll watch it on delay, and I'll catch up in no time, obviously.
Cool. Well, at the moment, you've got. Do you want to know?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. So Logan Paul's in the ring at the moment. He's surely, as Aiden said in the comments, going to get interrupted by Cena very soon, who is announced for the show. He's basically just said, "Look, Netflix, because of me. ESPN, because of me." So typical stuff from Logan, but still very entertaining. Are you?
It seems like a typical start. Pardon, sorry?
Are you looking forward to SmackDown then?
Not really. It's the most random 2 hours of the week, isn't it? It feels like sometimes SmackDown. I think having an international crowd will help.
Yeah, that's the biggest
But I think the
thing
PR,
for me.
and it's starting at a decent time.
Yeah, for sure. There's a few things announced that are quite intriguing though. We touched on Melo Don't Miz and Street Profits last week. They've got their number one contender match. There's also a women's tag team title match and a US tag team title match. I don't know if titles will be changing hands, but having two title matches on a SmackDown is always quite appealing.
Well, yeah, I mean they tend to do this, don't they? Before the pay-per-view or around the pay-per-view, because obviously even on Raw on Monday you've got the IC title match, haven't you? AJ Styles against Dominic Mysterio, and it seems to be what we get now instead of getting them the pay-per-view, which obviously perhaps is just more of a discussion for Sunday. But it just kind of begs the problem of, like, you know, some of these feuds do deserve to get a pay-per-view match, but they're most likely not going to, because the TV sometimes is deemed more important.
Yeah. And look, I like the fact that international fans are getting title matches as well. I think that adds to it. When you've got three of them, I think one of them's got to change hands, right? So I would have gone with a women's, actually, but I don't know if you've seen, but apparently Piper Niven's injured and she's been replaced by Chelsea Green. So I'm not sure if that changes anything. Speaking of change, John Cena's theme song's just hit, and as you can imagine, the fans have gone berserk. So I'll keep you up to date with what's going on there. But yeah, thoughts on the women's tag titles being on the line?
So what is it now going to be? Charlotte and Alexa versus what? Alba and
Chelsea.
Chelsea.
And Chelsea Green, yeah.
Okay. So it'd be interesting seeing if Piper Niven's still there at ringside, despite the injury. I think that it's probably improved the match a little bit, potentially. I don't know. I think everyone in that group kind of is good in their own right, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I don't think it changes what I think the outcome would be for me, especially because Alexa and Charlotte are big names who only just won the tag belts. And I think although potentially you should get belts onto Secret Service, you should maybe wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, me too. And I think the point is that they are the team of that group. So you can switch when there's a third member, but it makes more sense, I think, if they won as a team. So if they were going to pull the trigger, I think it's best if they wait, if I'm honest. Kieran's just given us a few comments here. He says, Logan thinks he's him, thinking he's going to win against Cena. Cena is now out in the ring and is definitely winning the popularity contest. And Kieran also says, I'm in the stadium watching it in real life. That's incredible, mate. Wow. Hope you're having a good time there. Thanks for tuning in to the channel as well. Look, if you get a chance, send us a picture or video and on our Twitter at RM Pro Wrestling. We'll see if we can feature it on the stream as well. But enjoy the show, mate. I don't know if you can even hear me. I mean, it's crazy in it. I'm trying to shout louder, but not all the viewers are having the same issue, so I'll calm down. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, mate. Yeah, so at the moment, Cena he's not said anything yet. Fans are going a bit wild, but yeah, I think it would be rushed if they took the titles off of Alexa and Charlotte anyway. So to do it with this kind of hodgepodge version of the other team kind of feels unnecessary.
Thinking as well, I think it would make the 5th title change this year
for the women's tag titles
as well. Because I think, because you've had the Alexa and Charlotte just won them off of Roxanne and Raquel, and if you count that little change of partner as well, with Liv Morgan obviously being subbed for Roxanne. Before that, they obviously beat Becky Lynch and Lyra, who beat Judgment Day, and beat Naomi and Jade. No, Naomi. And Jade. So we're already we're in like title change 5 or 6, depending on you classify a tag partner change. So I think you do need at some point a tag team, a few months to hold the belts, maybe.
Yeah, and I think it rushes Alexa and Charlotte's story. Look, that match will be later on anyway. We'll dive into kind of reaction to it as it happens. Cena has just got his custom announcement, the one that he made sure of as a heel, but ironically is brought over as a babyface, and it's worked a charm because the fans just basically sang along, if you will, to every single line that the announcer gave. John Cena's now speaking, and he's saying Logan's stupid and the typical stuff of, if we don't have the fans, we don't have the show. I think, look, it's cliche stuff, but I saw a quote going around, Lucas, that Cena said he was really looking forward to this because he heard the rest of the roster saying how amazing Lyon was last year, that they're the best crowd in the world, basically, and that Cena was excited to get out there. So they've got a lot to live up to, but I think they're pulling it off so far.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it seems like it's standard stuff. I think obviously they ended SmackDown quite hot last week with the little attack and stuff, which I don't know if you saw. They refilmed it later on, didn't they? Before
they've reshown that on this
which
stream as well.
Interesting. Which is interesting, you know, because you'd think that they wouldn't do that in this day and age with the internet existing, because obviously both clips went online like straight away.
Yeah,
You know, but yeah, I mean, it does just seem that it is a placeholder feud though, until obviously we're getting Lesnar next month, and that's a big program for Cena. As off this weekend we are only 8 dates left, you know, of John Cena. We know
Crazy.
One of them is WrestlePalooza next month. Another one is Survivor Series. Another one is obviously what will be his retirement match on Saturday Night's Main Event in December. So, you know, we're talking, you know, we've got very small change now, you know, left of Cena.
Yeah. Look, Lucas, I'm going to let you go because the signal's starting to glitch a little bit there, but good to have you jump on. I hope you enjoy your pizza first of all, and I hope you can join us again later on.
Yeah, I'll see you in a bit, guys.
Cheers, man. Bye-bye. John Cena throwing it back to his word life gimmick there as well. Always good to see. And always good to see Lucas jumping in on the stream as well. Appreciate that. He'll be back again, hopefully later on as well. I don't see the connection, but he's saying the Maverick Logan Paul is a dollar store John Cena. Should have said a Euro store. So Cena coming out Logan Paul's claims that he brought WWE to ESPN and Netflix. Little bow there from Logan. Okay. Cena saying it's not your influence. We all know it. What's he getting at here? Okay. He's saying about all the influences on the top 25 list. And Logan wasn't on it. What's the metric, though? Who made this list? I don't know why I'm sticking up for Logan Paul, but that seems a bit weird. Talk to you as a friend, he says. Need to face facts. Cena basically saying, look, man, you got to get your life in order, Logan. It's interesting that they've, you know, I don't know if they would have done this in the first month of Logan being there, but Logan's probably comfortable enough to allow him to do this. But yeah, they're basically, and WWE themselves, downplaying Logan's influence, which is counterproductive for what WWE wanted him there for in the first place, right? And obviously, therefore, not that true. I don't know what they're saying. Are they saying he's an asshole? I can't actually. Oh, no, he can't wrestle. Well, I just assumed the wrong thing. I think that's what they're saying. Wow, Cena's talking French. Little wink there as well. Oh, I need the subtitles up. Logan called him stupid in French. That was pretty cool. I mean, once they planned that, it didn't seem to be planned for that section if they did. or if it was off the cuff for both of them, in which case it's very impressive. Not just for speaking French, but the fact that they kind of play it by ear. You're a gimmick, says Cena. You ain't real. They see through fake, he says. I mean, yeah, I mean, your heel run. This is so rich coming from Cena, having just been a heel. Like, it makes no, like, this kind of storyline, these kind of promos, doesn't really make sense. All right, he's going to show Logan what respecting the WWE family is. He said, stay right there, and he's hopped out of the ring. Where's my boy at? Who are we getting? What's he doing? Who is it? I can't see. A lot of people haven't seen his shirts. Cool shirt, that. Where's he going? He's going very far up the ramp. Okay, looks like Cena's going to apologize to someone. Is this going to be that kid? Oh, it is! He's apologizing to the kid that he dissed in Belgium. I thought they might do something like this eventually, but... Oh, sweet. Little kid says, I love you, you're the GOAT. That was so cool. Ah, he's popped over from Belgium. Unless he was from France and he popped over there last time. But Logan said his pro segment was a charity case. That was so cool. Make a wish to break a wish real quick, and now he's back. Yeah, talking about him being fake. Yeah, I agree. Whoa. I don't know if I can say that word on YouTube. He called him a DH. Oh, that was cool for that kid, though. He was a bit squished, though, wasn't he? I felt bad for him. Thought he was going to try and bring him over the railing. Oh, we mixed up there, didn't he? He said 24 hours. Clashes in 2 days. Oof, you won't ruin wrestling. Wrestling will ruin you. Again, referring to his own heel turn there. Interesting. I'm not sure it fully works to kind of bring his heel run back into, but like the argument is there, right? He's undoing stuff. Ah, he's going to spend time with the kid again. Oh, that's nice. That was so funny thinking back to that kid just in the audience of the Cena merch being like, what? Ah, just for that kid. Still in the same gear as well, the Belgians John Cena gear. Stuck by him, man. Street Profits and BFAB backstage being interviewed now. Of course, going after the number one contendership of the tag team gold. I mean, this might be the turn. It could be these guys. We've been talking about that on this channel for a long time. I bet Miz gets a great reaction. They want the smoke. Oh. Is that Bo Dallas? Ooh. Questioning that they're really family. Because the White Six are family. I think that'll be a line that they play up to in the future if they do split. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. They're straight up are. When you come up to us, you'll find out if he really is your brother. And they look at each other. They're playing into the fact that people know they could split. Right, here we go. Charlotte Flair making her way to the ring. Women's tag team titles on the line. As we mentioned earlier on, an injury has changed this match, but still going ahead. I don't think they should drop the titles. As much as I really like the Secret Harvest, I don't think it's time for Alexa and Charlotte's storyline to take a turn, which I think it would. And I would prefer it if it was the team of the Secret Harvest rather than Chelsea Green. Nothing against Chelsea Green, but I like her being the solo act that they are protecting rather than her being tag team champion with one of her Secret Harvest members. We'll see where we go. Alexa Bliss getting a great reception as well. Look at the difference in colours between the two of them. Oh, who's that? Chelsea Green's taking them out. And Alba Flyer. So there's no Piper Niven even there. Okay. It would be a shame if Piper could have become champion. They might even do a Freebird rule with it, like the New Day, which I hate. If you're familiar with Rebellious Noise or my work on Talking Beans, you'll know that. Not a fan of the Freebird rule. Okay, so Charlotte's been attacked. Oh, we're going to a break. All right, there's no match. Here's an ad for the ESPN deal. Of course, the first show on ESPN is coming up very soon. It's supposed to be next year, but it is coming on September 20th. WrestlePalooza. Interesting that they showed Pat McAfee there. Of course, had his own ties with ESPN in the past, but so Kieran wonders if that one's even going to happen now, the match that we just saw. I wonder that as well. Why change who's in it and then not do it? I guess as characters, they can say they were buying time or something like that. That they wanted Piper in the match. They didn't have the replacement, but I don't know. Maybe the match will take place. Look, we've gone to the ad break now. When this is replayed in the States, there will be ads. Here in the UK, we're getting the promo shots of wrestlers. And if there are ads that continue the action, we'll let you know what's going on there as well and continue it. Kieran says, I was looking forward to that one. Yeah, me too, man. I think it would have been a good match. I was a bit worried about the result. So if I'm honest, it probably goes in my direction where for what I want, where they just prolong it, because I don't think they should be losing the titles here, but I do want the Secret Harvest to win them at some stage. So this maybe prolongs that a little bit. As you say there, I might change it to Clash in Paris. We'll have to see. We're a minute and a half away from the action picking back up here on SmackDown, but we will be live for Clash in Paris as well. Of course, a match has already changed from Clash in Paris. Stephanie Vecchia not going up against Naomi. They've said they're going to kind of get to something soon, but we don't know when that will be or what that will be. Hopefully, it'll be at Clash in Paris or maybe even on Monday Night Raw in Paris as well. So we'll have to see where we go there. Speaking about Monday Night Raw, if you haven't seen it already, our instant reaction review to all that went down on Raw is on this very channel. At the moment, though, you are watching the watch along for SmackDown live in Lyon, France. We've started out with what should have been a tag team title match. We're not sure if we're still going to get it. We're definitely not going to get it with Piper Niven because she's now injured. Chelsea Green is in her place, but will we see the match at all? We're about 30 seconds away from finding out. Kieran says, do you think Fatu and Jimmy will come out with Sammy? I think that would be a good idea. They've had this back and forth, haven't they? Again, it's pretty much the Bloodline versus the Bloodline again. But yeah, it would make sense if they came out with him. Even the odds and all that, and then maybe something... Because I don't think he's winning it. Well, we'll see. I mean, you can speak French. That'll be good. Well, here we go. All right. So in the ring. Oh, it's a one-on-one match now. And Alexa's angry. She's gone after Chelsea Green. Right. So this is how they've moved away from what they promoted, which I understand. I guess it must have like leaked that Piper was injured, and they thought would rather just do because they could have just done this from the start, but not had Piper there. So they, yeah, okay. So they did so much damage that Charlotte's been taken to the back. All right, at least the titles aren't on the line because frustrating, I guess, for the fans there who would have had 2 title matches, but and I think this is the one where it was most likely going to be a change. But as Kieran says, they've changed it to a one-on-one match, Alexa Bliss and Chelsea Green. So at least they're still somewhat delivering on it. Ironically, though, you'd think if they wanted to deliver on who was advertised, you'd have Alba Fire. But I think Chelsea Green's the biggest star, and she is the solo star of that group. Again, part of the reason why I didn't really want them to win the titles is because I like that separation between she's the boss of the group and they're the tag team that back her up. So I do think they will get the titles eventually, and I think that's a good idea. But as Lucas said earlier on, it'll be like the 5th or 6th tag team title change this year. And I actually feel like it's been a division that's been a lot better over the past year or so. So it would be, maybe a bit much if 8 months into the year it's changed that many times. Not going to happen tonight, though. Chelsea in control of the match now. For the booze for her, though. Kira says also, who is Stephanie facing at Clash in Paris? Have they announced it yet? So yeah, I just touched on that as well, Kieran. I just I haven't heard anything, and I don't even know if it will be at Clash in Paris still. Again, it's supposed to be Naomi. Of course, she's pregnant. Congratulations. But it means we don't have a title match. I've got a feeling because they don't tend to do more than 5 matches on the PLE that they've now replaced it with a 5th match anyway, and that they might do it on Raw. But you've also got another title match on Raw. Of course, Dominic Mysterio defending the IC strap against AJ Styles. So, Chelsea Green outside the ring now. Fans are really behind Alexa in this match. Alba Fire checking on a stable leader. Alexa Bliss, though. Ooh, Cannonball. Cannonball through fire, did he say? That's a cool line. Onto Alba Fire, obviously. We go to a break again. Okay. Except I got a feeling it won't be a break this time. We'll see the action continue because there's actual match going on. We're 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the show coming back. No. Oh, yeah, there we go. Just as I said, no, it comes back on the air. Chelsea Green is throwing Alexa back into the ring now. Interestingly, if you're watching this on demand, if you're watching it when it's airing naturally in the US, then you won't see any of this. So let me fill you in on what's going on. And I'll let you know when we're back on air if you do want to realign your stream if you're watching at a later date. Because again, even if this is being watched in Europe, when it goes online, these bits are taken out as well. Very strangely, when it's on demand, they take out the breaks when the action continues. Makes no sense to me. But the fans are massively behind it. They're doing that chant again for I can't remember what it was. Something along the lines of like 1, 2, and then like the commentator saying he didn't get it. I can't remember what he said. But you know, like Michael Cole used to say he didn't quite get it or whatever it was. What is? I got to look it up. Let's have a look. It was something to do with a commentator. I remember that. I looked at Lyon fans and it came up the football team. Of course, I should have. Yeah, Saplemondu. Okay, 1, 2, basically. Only 2. See, that was my big complaint last time. Was that the WWE audience the WWE themselves weren't kind of in tune with what the audience were doing, and they spent so much of the broadcast being kind of confused. Like they should have known that AJ Styles was probably going to get that chant, or that it was a chance. And he was a heel, and he couldn't play up to it. I mean, he'll play up to it on Monday Night Raw, I'm sure, but he couldn't hear. Alba Fire has just kicked Alexa Bliss on the outside. We're about 15 seconds away from the main stream coming back on air. And here we go, fade to black and fading back to SmackDown. Here we go, wide shot. Nice kick there from Chelsea Green, who tries to climb up to the top rope. Line up an area assault. Hits a nice little missile drop kick. Bliss flies out of the ring. And Chelsea's about to do the same. She slides out, picks up Bliss aggressively, and whacks her head onto the announce table. No, reversal. Green into the barricade. Alba Fire looking stressed. I think Alexa's probably got to win this one now. They are advertising US title on the line. Of course, Solo versus Sammy. Drew McIntyre is going to be live on SmackDown as well. Street Profits versus Melo Don't Miz also coming up later tonight. We're 36 minutes into SmackDown, guys. Let me know what you think of the show so far. Would love to hear your thoughts on SmackDown in Lyon as the show continues. Fans are very much behind Alexa Bliss in this match as Bliss starts to take Chelsea Green down. Oh, lots of punches and kicks. Nice little drop kick there as well from Alexa Bliss. The French are doing our job for us, says Michael Cole. Sable Mondo. See, I'm going to chant it as well. Sable Mondo. Sable Mondo. There you go. Feels like I'm there. I wish I was there. What a crowd. Another Sable Mondo. As Chelsea doesn't pick up the victory after taking control again over Alexa Bliss. She's starting to climb back up to the top rope like she did just a moment ago. But Alexa stopped it this time. She tries to. Turns Chelsea back, pulls her down in the trio woe position. Looks like she's going to cannonball into the corner. Oh no, a drop kick. Chelsea falls down to the mat and Alexa tries to go to the top rope. Can we get Twisted Bliss? I feel like Alba Fire is going to try and stop it here. There you go, right on cue. She jumps up. Gets kicked away by Bliss. Twisted Bliss time. Oh, knees up. Chelsea going for the unprettier. Didn't work. Thrown into the ropes. Comes back into the sister Abigail. No. Countering again. Nice little back and forth here. Roll up. There you go. Under twat. It is over. Chelsea looks furious. Alexa Bliss picks up the win as is handed one of her titles there. Well, her only title, but comes in a duo, of course. Her tag team partner has been taken out. Charlotte Flair is now backstage. Getting seen to, I guess, if you believe kayfabe. First match is in the books, guys. Did you enjoy it? Oh, no. Segment's not quite over because Alba Fire now is beating up Bliss. Is Charlotte going to come out like injured to make the save, to make her look like a kind of warrior? Yeah, here we go. She's hopping to the ring right on cue. Charlotte does such a good job at like getting over as babyface lately. I think this run with Alexa and the Unreal documentary of Dino Wonders. Go on, Charlotte. Now, even if she gets taken out here, it will be admirable. Ooh, talk about unpretty. That was a very unpretty her. That was disgusting. The timing of that was awful. Charlotte's checking her face. Don't know if she's actually hurt herself. That was awful. Well, yeah, they're looking for a tag team opportunity again. Hopefully, Piper Niven's not out for long because I hope it's her in the match. Kathy Kelly backstage with Sami Zayn again, as we mentioned earlier on, in a lovely Fred Perry shirt. What's she doing this? I guess you're talking about Charlotte there, yeah. Beating up, limps her way to the ring. Olay chance for Sami Zayn. Some claps we can hear from the audience as well. I assume it's because the tag champs are making their way out of the ring. Sami Zayn is feeling good, basically. Feels confident. All right. There you go. Some French from Sammy, as expected. And keeping up that international flavour and Fred Perry flavour. Time to tell you about my interview with Gunther and Ludwig Kaiser, where we talked about fashion, actually. So if that sounds like a bit of fun to you, check out that interview on this channel. At the moment, though, we're seeing on SmackDown, they are showing congratulations essentially to Brandy Rhodes and Cody Rhodes. Of course, they just had a brand new baby girl, second girl in the household. So congratulations to the Rhodes family. Oh, I don't like this. I do not like this. Why are they promoting Unreal and saying it gives you behind the scenes? No, I don't like that. What they're showing is not bad. This clip's not bad. It's Bianca Belair showing how she makes her own gear, but like it ruins the magic. Like I understand that some people are a little bit too protective, it seems, and some people are wanting everything. So there's two sides of it. But like to do it on the show, at least they're showing this. I got to be honest. At least they're showing this. If they showed them in the writers' room, I'd be very annoyed. Not that we're seeing that, but that we're seeing it on the show. Doesn't make sense. Imagine in the middle of Game of Thrones, they just went, "Let me just show you how we make this show." No, don't do that. That is a little bit different because this is still kind of Bianca as a real person, as a character as well. So that was a nice clip, but still, the show itself, what they're advertising, not great. I mean, the show was great, but it's not great at doing it on their shows. Anyway, SmackDown is 43 minutes in now. We're on another break. Enjoying the show so far. Opened up with a fiery promo battle between Logan Paul and John Cena. And then we were supposed to get a tag team match. Didn't quite happen. Ended up being one-on-one instead because of a real injury and a fake injury, or storyline injury, at least I should say. You are watching the watch along for Friday Night SmackDown here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. And again, we just saw the opening match. Wasn't quite what this graphic suggested. It was actually a one-on-one match, but we did see Alexa Bliss pick up the victory, even if it didn't look like at the end because she got beaten up by Alba Fire and Chelsea Green. Coming up soon, though, as we just saw, Sami Zayn versus Solo Sikoa for the US title. And we've got number one contendership up for grabs when it comes to the tag team division on SmackDown side of things, because Melo Don't Miz are trying to get that opportunity. So Street Profits trying to get back to being champions. Talking about getting back to being champion. I don't think there's something John Cena is going to do because he is well and truly busy elsewhere on the card, and that is with Logan Paul again. That's how tonight's show opened up. Let me know what you think of the show so far. Love to hear your thoughts. Let's get to some of these comments here. Aiden says, why do we have ads? Yeah, I mean, it's not really an ad, but I get what you mean. It's just the promo stuff. I think they continue it. See, Raw's different. It just seems to continue the whole time, right? Or we get bonus content. SmackDown, because that is being replayed and it's not naturally on Netflix, I guess, in other countries. I don't know, really. It's a bit of a weird reason, isn't it? But to try and figure out. But they tend to, if there's a match going on, show the continuation of a match. But if there's not give bonus content like they do with Raw. Sammy will probably be the main event, says Aiden. Good call, actually. I haven't even thought about what could be main event in the show tonight, so that could be the case. Show's back on the air, by the way. Slow pace to SmackDown so far, says Aiden. Yeah, I think it's the style of match maybe that we saw. As you can see, they're promoting their streams this weekend. They are not doing a kickoff show, guys, tonight, which is a real shame. I really enjoy the kickoffs, as you'll know if you're a subscriber of the channel. And we try to cover the kickoffs as much as we can. But when they're not doing a kickoff, don't fear, because we will be doing a weekend kickoff in its place later tonight. In just over 3.5 hours at 11 o'clock UK time, we're going to do a weekend kickoff of Clash in Paris. So we'll be breaking down the card match by match. Aleister Black is, at the moment, being played on screen. He's in a promo around his candles. As I said to Lucas the other day, I wonder if he makes his candles. Anyone know? Of course, last week he was supposed to face R-Truth. R-Truth sent in a video to say, sorry guys, I've flown to the wrong Dublin. Again, I think it was Georgia. Nice little joke there. And in place of R-Truth, the fans in Dublin got a returning Damian Priest. So this is the new story we're getting. Damian Priest now backstage with Kathy Kelly, basically saying, look, you've just been threatened by Aleister. What's your response? He's saying, look, Aleister Black seems educated. And he wants to be like me, but he's not. Threatening me with violence proves how unprepared he is. Isn't that just being a wrestler? But he's not said he wants to be like you. What? Damien saying, I'm going to teach you to be like me. He started being like about teaching because he's smart. Okay. Unless I missed that and Aleister Black said, I want to be like you. Who are you? Michael Wade, back to you guys. That's Damien. That was cool. Good to see Damian Priest anyway. I imagine they'll do something in the ring tonight. Misha now making her way to the ring. We mentioned her earlier on. She's got a match tonight. Of course, wants to go up against Julia, but not quite yet. Now, if you haven't already, check out our interview with Damian Priest. We've actually done 2 with the former World Heavyweight Champion on this very channel. So check that out if you haven't already. Now, Kiana James is going to have a SmackDown debut coming up next. Aiden says, how do you get the wrong Dublin, eh? I guess that's just R-Truth for you. What's on the truck behind Kathy? I didn't see. What did it say? Happy something, did you say? Well, I didn't see. Do you think it could have been a little bit of an Easter egg back in the background? Another ad. I mean, come on. Just under 2.5 minutes to go. And see, this is the thing on Raw. We'd at least be seeing the entrance play out, you know. Not the case on SmackDown. It's an ad break where we don't get anything. They're just going to insert ads here, I guess, later on for those that watch in the States on USA Network. But guys, let me know what you think of SmackDown so far. I mean, Aiden said a moment ago it's kind of slow paced. When you get all these ads kind of slowing it down, man, it really does feel slow paced. But I want to know of what we've seen already. Are you enjoying the show? Even if it's been interrupted every 5 minutes. Got a promo shot there of Drew McIntyre, who is said to be on tonight's show, by the way. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there. Probably just going to diss Cody. He's just had a baby. Will they bring that into the story? My guess is yes, because they've touched on the post that Brandy put up about them having a baby. It'd be crazy if he showed up tonight. I don't know when they had the baby. Was it yesterday? I mean, that's possible. People go to work the next day sometimes. I mean, it'd be nice to spend time with your newborn. I mean, otherwise, would he show up elsewhere on this tour? Would he show up at Raw? I mean, it's not his show anymore. Would he show up at Clash in Paris? Drew's not doing anything. I'd be surprised if we did. I mean, look, something's changed. They've had a baby, but I'd be surprised if they didn't feature him on this leg of the tour. Clash in Paris, of course, coming to you live from Paris on Sunday night. We're also going to have a build-up show to that. If you're new here, basically what we do on the night of a PLE is we get you guys hyped up and in the mood for that PLE by breaking down all the latest news surrounding it and all the rumors surrounding it as well. We'll also have a watch-along experience of the show. Who knows? Maybe we will see the likes of Cody Rhodes showing up. We'll definitely see some of the guys in that graphic, though. CM Punk, of course, got a big match for the World Heavyweight Championship. And we are back underway on Friday Night SmackDown as they promote Worlds Collide 2 weeks from tonight. Meeting in the ring, waiting for Kiana James. So, yeah, this is basically a number one contendership, but only on one side. Yeah, it's a funny helicopter graphic, ain't it? They could probably do that a little bit better where it looks like she's getting out of the helicopter, I reckon. Anyway, she's making her way to the ring with the US champion. It's really not been used much until recently. Look at that kid in the background. John Cena kid's getting well cocky now. Look at him trying to get involved in every little angle. I mean, this strange little story. I don't really get it. It's not. I won't picture putting these two together, but we'll see. And like the Bliss match, yeah, I think it was all right. Aiden says he can't show up because it'd be pointless cancelling the match. Are you talking about Cody? You shouldn't show up for the rest of the tour, you think? Yeah, it just feels weird, like he's promoting a lot, like on a lot of the promo artwork, essentially. Obviously, because when this show was announced, he was the main thing in the company. I mean, he's still huge, don't get me wrong, but he was WWE champ at the time. He's WWE champ now as well, ain't he? So, but yeah. Like, Kiana James is a cool kind of character, but I don't get how it fits with Julia. Yeah, I mean, Michi's got to win this title soon. They're talking about on commentary now saying she's still not held a title. She's been in and around it quite a while, especially this belt. So I hope she does. But it's not been the greatest run for Julia, is it? They've only just started using her. Well, that was quick. Michin is number one contender. Picks up the win. Julia's not happy about it. Takes her out straight away, and they're stomping away. Someone going to come and help Michin here? Wow, yeah, what an embarrassing debut. She holds Michin's arms back. Julia set her up. Oof. Knee to the face. Yeah, that was quick, Aiden. Arrivederci, as Wade says, as they continue to beat on Michin on the outside, as Kieran hits us with the laugh emoji. That was a quick one, Kieran. That was a quick one. He shouldn't show up for the rest of the tour, says Aiden, but he says if he does show up, then he's definitely running from Drew. Not at Drew, from Drew. Drew's going to be there tonight. My goodness, Michin's face off of the steel steps there. Man. Well, at least they've made Julia look good. Cool theme song as well, man. Lucas is here as well in the chat on the DKW account. Says opening segment review. Solid promo work, but beg the question why they do these long segments in countries where it isn't the first, or where English isn't the first language. Lucas, yeah, I kind of touched on that earlier as well, just before you jumped on earlier. Drew McIntyre being shown, by the way. For the most part, they will understand, but I understand what you're saying. It's like the nuance kind of things within the promos. They need to be careful with that. It can lose, and we've seen it before, right? In more of these international shows. I mean, most people outside of English-speaking countries seem to be more bilingual than those in English-speaking countries. So credit where it's due. But that being said, not everybody's going to be to the highest standard, right? Not everybody is going to be bilingual. I think it's you better if it was. We've seen Spanish promos and Japanese promos and stuff like that in America or in England and whatever else. So, and I guarantee you the percentage of what's understood, the percentage of who can understand it is way smaller than when it's in kind of non-English speaking countries as far as first languages go. But still, there are those nuances, right? So it is something that I think is still a risk, and I don't think they should kind of go too far into promos on these kind of shows. But it seemed to work. The fans were really behind it, even if maybe some of them didn't understand. They were kind of hijacking the promo anyway, and I think it come across quite well overall. Me, Mashizi Best is in the house as hello France. Hello to you, buddy, as well. Hope you're doing well, and I hope you're enjoying this SmackDown on this Friday night from Europe. Again, great for us here in Europe because we get to watch it at a reasonable time. It is nearly 8 o'clock here in the UK, which means we're about an hour into the show, just under 2 minutes away from the show coming back live on air as we get those promo videos playing with a lot of yeets going on in slow motion as well. Speaking of which, we've got the Yeet Man himself going up for the world title at Clash in Paris. There's a lot going on this week in European wrestling. And of course, last week we had Forbidden Door, which Lucas was at. And if you haven't seen it already, we put up some of these videos on this very channel as YouTube Shorts and also on Instagram and TikTok at RN Pro Wrestling. Of course, the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel is where you're at the moment. Follow us on social media for more bonus content like that. Talking about more content, though, we are going to have an instant reaction review to this very show once it goes off the air. So that's about an hour away. And 3 hours away is when we're going to do the kickoff for Clash in Paris. WWE aren't doing one, guys, but don't worry. We are stepping in instead. We're going to have our weekend kickoff tonight, 3 hours away if you're watching live, where we break down the entire Clash in Paris card. If you're watching on demand, we've also got plenty of other streams for you to dig into after this one. I review Monday Night Raw, and you are watching live at the moment on the watch along for SmackDown from Lyon. Let's get some more comments here as well. Kieran says, walk down that entrance for nothing. Yeah, basically just to show off her handbag and get rolled up, right? And then I guess in the end she made use of the time after the match, beating up on Michin. But yeah, it was a quick match. We are a few seconds away, about to fade to black and go back to the main feed. Here we go with lovely aerial views of Lyon. Excuse me. Of Indianapolis. I was going to say it didn't look very French. WrestlePalooza, of course. 20th of September. Back to the Saturday PLEs. and the first on ESPN. Thankfully for us here in the UK, still on Netflix. Nice and easy. Now we've got some beautiful shots of Lyon. Look at that. Look at that sky. Beautiful. Home to 4,000 restaurants, apparently. Hey, if you like talking food and drink, check out the Rebellious Noise Taste channel, RN Tastes. Drew McIntyre is about to make his way out. The noise of the sword in his entrance theme alone has got a huge ovation. He's going to have to turn this round. I know he'll play up to it a bit, but he likes to be the cool heel at times. But he also likes to be the heel that's in the right and just kind of play into, well, it's possible that I have fans, right? People are on my side. Little taunt there and some fire. Nice bit of pyro. A very appreciated Drew McIntyre here from the fans in Lyon, again, who have been on fire tonight, just as they have in previous occasions with Backlash last year and SmackDown also there in May of last year. They're showing us clips of last week now where Drew dissed Cody Rhodes and said, look, you got no friends left in WWE. But popping up behind him right on cue was a crazy, possessed looking Randy Orton. I've seen some great memes of his tongue sticking out. Maybe we'll get Randy tonight. I mean, if his theme song hits, they're going to love singing that, aren't they? Drew making his way around the ring now to get a microphone. Is Randy around there? Is he hiding behind the barricade, he says? Is he expecting him? Any medical update for Cody Rhodes from Michael Cole? No. See, now the story is that Cody's had a baby, but he can't enjoy it because he's battered. Oh, Drew McIntyre chant. How's he going to respond to that? Would he play into it or would he shut it down? No, he just carries on talking about Orton. Oh, he's saying, I just want to talk, get out of here and let France sing your song. I assume we will get that. There we go. They went to do the old Drew McIntyre and then they lost their mind when voices hit. And here they go, getting goosebumps already, like The Rock. I know some people be like, oh, same old stuff. International fans sing songs. But, like, it is cool. Don't get jealous. Randy loves it. Look. And again, it's especially impressive when they don't have English as first language, as Lucas pointed out earlier on. I think it's so cool. They're loud. Woo! Very much into Randy Orton here tonight, as well as Drew. Don't get me wrong. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond during the promo, back and forth. You might even get a dueling chant here. If you're just tuning in, guys, welcome along to the Watch Along experience of Friday Night SmackDown. My name is Scott. We're going to give you play-by-play analysis of everything going down on the show, but we also want to know your thoughts as well. So keep the comments coming. We appreciate everyone that's been hopping in and out and dropping comments tonight. And again, keep them coming, guys. We'll keep the conversation flowing. Randy Orton signs the little kid's sign there. That's a weird thing to say. Signs a sign. Isn't English a weird language when we talk about English, really, eh? I didn't see what Randy mouthed there. So I'm basically telling Drew to listen. But now, again, I love all this stuff. But I know some people are starting to feel like, oh, come on, it's the same thing. We're getting fans hijacking shows and all that, and similar chants and whatever. But I guess the argument does is there as well that they spend ages doing this on the show. Yes, Randy Orton's entrance is kind of slow anyway, but usually if he was coming out to chat, he wouldn't take this long. But nowadays, because of everybody singing his theme, he's going to take this long. But it is entertaining. But on a show that kind of is stop, start because of the way they position their ads, it is not great for the flow of the show. But what do you guys think of the show so far? Kieran says, I love having front row seats. Kieran, are you really there? And you're watching us live as well? Where are you in the front row? What side are you on? And again, if you're on X or Twitter, send us a picture or something. We'll put it on air at RM Pro Wrestling. Cody Crybaby is scared that he loses his belt to the best wrestler currently, the Scottish Warrior, Drew McIntyre. Yeah, he's a great performer. Drew said, wasn't that special? Kieran says, yeah, got my phone in my hand and watching it. Ah, thank you, man. I don't know how you can hear us with all this. It's a very noisy audience. This and Jelly Roll. Audience has gone very quiet now. Cody is nobody's friend. They're really playing into Cody and Randy's relationship here, which I think eventually has got to be Randy turning. Very loud, says Kieran. And Aiden, yeah, apparently Kieran's there. Christopher Leclerc says Meechin versus Kiana James last 3 seconds. Yeah, I mean the roll up is 3 alone, so maybe 4. But then the pin is quicker than the actual second, and it's not 1, 2, 3. So you might be right. It was 3 seconds. A roll up and a pin. See, Drew really playing up to Cody attacking Randy in that match now. Trying to twist the narrative. And I think this will chip away at Randy Orton and eventually he is going to turn. Aiden's letting Kieran know just how fun it can be. Yeah, enjoy it. Kieran was at Raw. Aiden was at Raw, excuse me, while Kieran's at SmackDown tonight. RKO chance, is that because they just support Orton or because they want to see him hit that move and not even speak? Okay. He says I'll have to give that some thought. You make a compelling argument. And I think he is going to give it some thought, guys. And he said, I didn't drop you last week for Cody. Oof. Headbutt from Drew McIntyre. So he said, I dropped you last week because I think you're again, not sure if I can say that word on YouTube. A word that I don't think those in the audience fully understood the kind of heaviness of. I think if you said that at one of the UK shows or in Ireland, it would have come across a bit better. But nevertheless, he was taken out quickly by Drew. He just tried to give him a Claymore as well, but Randy did duck. Randy's on the inside, or Drew's on the out. You think he's going to set him up for DDT? Yep. Vintage Orton. Here we go. Security and the officials are now coming to stop Randy Orton. Yeah, I've got to imagine he's going to run through him or something. Or start RKOing people. You got the Hurricane right there. Stand back. There's a RKO coming through. Yeah. Okay, went on Hurricane. Next one, though. Surely. No. Next one. Go on. Get the Hurricane. Oh. He stops. He remembers him on the roster. He pretends at least. Hits him with the RKO. Nice. And they've acknowledged it. Few comments coming in, guys. We'll get to those in just a moment. But a nice little fun ending to this segment as he sets up for the punt. This is something that was played into the storyline with Kevin Owens, but we didn't get there because of Kevin's injury. Looks like we're bringing that storyline back, and Drew McIntyre rolls out the way. By proxy now, Cody Rhodes has been replaced by Randy Orton, but Randy Orton is saying, look, I ain't here for Cody. And he's also said, I'm going to put thought into what you said about Cody, which I think lays the seeds for that eventual turn in the future. Let's get to some more of these comments. Again, Aiden was being asked by Kieran, who was at Monday Night Raw when he went a few months back. Star-studded show there. And to be fair, a pretty good lineup for all the shows we've seen on this European leg as well. Mello and Miz are backstage now. And he's saying to Miz, Mello saying, look, you can't be stealing my wins. And he said, it don't matter, we're winning, mate. They're basically saying, look, I'm the reason we won. Don't worry about it. It's an us thing. Where is this going? Will they become champions? Will they turn? Who does? Who becomes heel? Who becomes babyface? I think they might just become babyface as a tag team. Oh, awesome chant from the fans, but who's interrupted? Oh, Bo Dallas again. He was all over this show, no? Well, twice. But I guess it's because his buddies are tag team champs, right? Well, do they got this? I think I think they're going to win. Looks like that's coming up next as well. Let's get to some of these comments. Kieran says he thinks Raw has been the better show so far as this week. Aiden says, Kieran, let's get our Drew McIntyre chant going. Yeah, we could basically try and infiltrate the show, can't we, by Kieran? Kieran says, I can't. All I hear is people next to me saying something. Lucas says, Alexa versus Chelsea was very good, actually. Defo one to watch for the future. And nice to see them do an actual feud for the tag belts. Yeah, true. This is something that can go a little bit further now. I do wonder if they've changed their mind. You know, if it was going to be something different. Security about to get RKO'd, said Aiden, and that's exactly what happened, as Kieran says. It was quite a fun segment, wasn't it? Yeah, Aiden called it as well. Up the Mariners says Logan Paul is the greatest of all time. Wow. That's a claim, mate. That's a claim. I think he's very entertaining. Is Up the Mariners run by Jake Paul? Probably not the screen name you'd see him having, but Aiden, Kieran, are you at Clash? And Kieran says, no, he's only at SmackDown. But yeah, pretty cool that you're there, mate. And thanks for tuning in while you're there. That's pretty fun. And Kieran says he's from the White Six. That's it. Yeah, he's the one who's basically under the mask as Uncle Howdy, as Aiden says. Kieran says, I have no clue about the people in the white at 6. So a lot of them have been used in WWE before. You've got Nikki Cross. You've got people that were used mainly in NXT, like Dexter Loomis and Joe Gacy. And then, of course, you've got Eric Rowan, who was in the original Wyatts, the Wyatt family. Right, we are back on a little break. We're just over 2 minutes away from the main feed coming back. Again, a pretty decent SmackDown show so far. Even if it is a bit stop-start with these ads, I think it's been pretty good. As Lucas says, that opening match of Alexa Bliss and Charlotte, pretty entertaining. And I think what we just saw with Randy Orton and Drew McIntyre was very entertaining as well. Let me know what you think of SmackDown in Lyon so far. Next up, we are about to get a number one contendership match. So as predicted in the comments, it looks like the US title match will be going on last and headlining the show. Does it mean we're going to see a championship chain hands? I don't know. I didn't think so earlier, but I'm starting to wonder. Aiden's saying what's going on. Kieran saying not much at the moment. We've got, of course, Street Profits made their way to the ring, so they're probably just waiting for the show to come back on air. But you are tuned in to the watch along for SmackDown Live in Lyon. And later on tonight, we're also going to have another stream, which is the weekend kickoff show. That's Clash in Paris's weekend kickoff, where we're going to break down each and every one of the matches and predict them one by one as well. Thank you for tuning in tonight, guys. If you're watching live or on demand, my name is Scott from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We don't often get to do these watch-alongs because we don't often get to watch these shows at a reasonable time. So this is a good opportunity for us to do so when the shows are airing live from Europe. And we'll be doing the same on Monday for Monday Night Raw. But before that, the big show on this leg of the tour, of course, is Clash in Paris, where, as I say, we will have our weekend kickoff show for tonight, but we'll also be having a watch along experience for that show as well. So again, if you haven't already, please subscribe and stay tuned for updates surrounding our streams. You'll see the actual stream go live on this channel over the next few days. We are a few seconds away though. The show's about to begin. Some updates here from Kieran. And also says Punk's winning the title 100%, he says. Woo! I don't know about that, man. I think they'd be taking the title off him very quickly if they did that, as far as Seth and that huge surprise. So I think he will win it back. I think that's a bit too soon. But look, I'll hold fire on my predictions because again, I'll dive into that further on later on stream. Randy Orton backstage talking to Nick Aldis. What does he want? Okay, just a weird ad spot where he's been given Fireball, which is nice, I've got to say. Archie wants to know if he's going to drink it. Archie, give it back. Nick Aldis is saying he's had a rough day. He's going to drink it. What time is Raw? I believe Raw is on at, let me just double check. Most of the Raw on this stream, on this thing so far has been on at 8 o'clock in the UK at least. Let's have a look. Just got my notes here for this tour. It's on at 7 o'clock. Monday Night Raw. Is Tiffany on Clash? Not advertised, buddy. Look, as I'm looking for the time, Kieran, Aiden's already put it in the comments. Appreciate you, Aiden. Melo Don't Miz making her way to the ring. And Lucas says, so they had the same segment twice in a row with Alexa beating Charlotte and then getting 2-1, followed by Michin beating Kiana James and a 2-1 after. You're right. Yeah, back to back. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, but probably why the show again felt really stop-start at the beginning. These ads kind of popping in and out and seeing the same thing happen twice probably played into that. And it says it's usually 8 p.m. when in 8 and 7 p.m. when in the rest of Europe. Miz will mess up Mello again, reckons Kieran. Wait, did he just say that the winners will take on a White at 6 to clash in Paris? So there's another match in Paris. So there is 6 matches in Paris. Wow. Wow. It's not a 5-card match. 5-card show. I'm so flustered I'm getting my words mixed up. What a surprise. Okay. Fair enough. There's going to be more than 5 matches at Clash. I mean, I wondered if they were going to put the women's title back on it, but no, they're not. Well, maybe they are. Maybe it's going to be 7 matches. 7 matches is insane. Yeah. This day and age, it is. It doesn't happen often. And this is the only difference was when we had standalone SmackDown, then the PLE, because the PLE has been different 6 p.m. Same with SmackDown. Yeah, I'm glad actually that Raw will have it at 7 p.m. because again, with a 3-hour show, even if it doesn't go 3 hours like this past one in Birmingham didn't, still 2.5 from 8 p.m. onwards is a bit tough, especially when you're staying live for an instant reaction review, you know? Which, by the way, will do the same after tonight's SmackDown show as well. Kieran says they better do the Ronaldo's. Ooh, I reckon they will. Randy versus Drew probably as well. I don't know if they're just going to do that at WrestlePalooza. I mean, probably not, right? Because that's probably going to be Cody's match. Unless Cody's getting a bit more time off than we realised. Ooh, there it is. I do find it quite funny how he started doing that, Angelo Dawkins. And he does it more. I feel like he does it more in international audiences as well because they're just going to get it more, right? Mello Miz are in control as we head to the break. I assume the match is going to continue this time because we have a match to watch. Fans are pretty lively still. Yeah, and we've got about 3.5 minutes until the main feed comes back. But at the moment, for those that don't get to see it, the match has continued, and Mello is very much in control of Angelo Dawkins and now taunts at Montez, who can't make the tag, as he makes his own tag to The Miz. Yeah, very loud audience. And they're quite behind Miz and Carmelo Hayes. See, that is again. I barely remembered what it was. I roughly remembered what it was, and I was able to then quickly say this is what the audience is saying by at least googling it. Right, there is somebody there who could Google what they're saying. Someone there at works WWE must have looked into what that was last time and could fill the audience in, who therefore could fill in the fans watching at home. I think it's ridiculous that they haven't done that. Aiden's getting a little debate going. Kieran says Messi is better than Ronaldo. And yeah, Kieran, good to see him hit the Sue. Aiden asks, where are you in the arena? And Kieran says, he's on the left side, but he's going to have to turn his phone off for a bit as it's about to die. Kieran, thanks for tuning in, mate, especially if you are actually there in Lyon as well, in the audience, but keeping up to date with the stream. We appreciate you, mate. Enjoy the rest of the show. Yeah, it is only 2. It's Undo Sablemondo, which is it's only 2 basically. 15 seconds away from the main feed coming back on. And the audio's gone. It's about to fade to black, I believe. Well, it hasn't even done that. The audio just came back. There you go. So the show is back on the air. And as Michael Cole says, the crowd are on fire. Carmelo Hayes taken out there because Montez Ford is back in control. Montez Ford very much in control. Beautiful crossbody. Clothesline as well. Will we see a kind of rift between the Street Profits and this? Will we see a rift between Melo Don't Miz in this match? Or will someone just win and go forward pretty comfortably? Miz doesn't get the free count. Saplemondu. Carmelo Hayes, I should say, is the legal man. He's on the outside. Montez goes for the frog splash, rolls off him, but Melo hits his own. Lovely frog splash from Melo. He said it looked like the McDonald's arches, I guess because they both flew. Wow. Kick it. I thought Melo was going to do it there. Lovely. 2 great frog splashes there. I believe this is the whole chant, yeah. Lucas says, LOL, Hurricane taking an RKO was fun. Pacing seems better on this episode. Yeah, I mean, again, comparing it to last week in Dublin, the last hour was just really strange, wasn't it? I think the pacing was a little off at the beginning of the show, but it's definitely picking up. As Aiden says, he agrees as well. Seems to have picked up. He's looking to the side, but... Oh, the White Six are there. They grabbed Michael Cole. Okay. Miz is transfixed. So you got to remember, Miz was very much a part of what these guys were doing when they first came in. It's a shame for Miz to lose, for them to lose because the Miz was distracted. That kind of does lead into Carmelo turning on Miz, if anything. Street Profits versus the White Six at Clash in Paris. I was more interested in seeing the other match, but oh well. Yeah, that's it. It's in the books. White Six has showed up, and as you say, Aiden, it is not how you expected. Me neither. I mean, we should have probably guessed really because Bo Dallas, Uncle Howdy showing up, talking to both teams essentially, and now look, here they are making an impact in this match as the lights all get funky. B-Fab and Stu Profits don't seem to be too intimidated by him. Well, so tag team title match at Clash in Paris. Street Profits versus the White Six. Again, we'll be predicting that and all of the other matches that are scheduled for Clash in Paris on tonight's weekend kickoff show. As I mentioned earlier on, WWE aren't doing a kickoff, so don't worry. We've got your back. We're going to do one instead. We're going to be doing it in about 2.5 hours' time. That's 11 o'clock UK time when we break down the entire card and let you know what we think is going to happen. Now, these watch-along streams wouldn't be as exciting if it wasn't for you guys, so we appreciate all your comments and I encourage you to keep them coming. We heard, well, we're hearing from Tiffany and Jade now. Nice little mirror shot there. That was cool. So, I mean, it's interesting that they're going back to this match. I really thought that Jade would have won it at SummerSlam. And then I thought, they're just not ready. They're giving up on it. So why are they going back? Is Jade going to win it? Oof. Nice. I like that. Jade referenced her undefeated run in AEW there, kind of loosely. Tiffany said, I'm undefeated this year. And Jade said, that's cute. I can tell you a thing or two about undefeated. Solo backstage. And Sammy thinks he's going to do it. Will he do it, guys? We're going to see it unfold live here on the watch along, but we'll also be commenting on it on the instant reaction review, guys. So stay tuned. At the end of this show, we'll give you a full rundown of everything that took place and review the show. But right now, it is the watch along experience for SmackDown. And will we see the show end with a new US champion? Championship changing hands, of course, in Lyon, a little bit far from the US. So here we go. Well, let's go, I should say, because Sami Zayn makes his way to the ring and wearing a beautiful Fred Perry jacket as well. Look at that. Tapered sleeve. Fans are very much behind Sami Zayn. It'd be huge if he won it. It'd be a big moment. I just don't know. I mean, I don't think he should. Because I don't think it's as fragile, as I said earlier on, for Solo. If he loses it, it's not the end of the world. But there's not much gain, in my opinion, for Sami Zayn to have it at the moment. I'd rather if this played into Sami's eventual climb towards the world title. But yeah, big main event. I can't kind of deny that though. So looking forward to seeing what they actually do. Again, you are watching the SmackDown watch along. Just to recap some of the things we've seen tonight. John Cena and Logan Paul had a face off in the middle of the ring, just like they did last week on SmackDown in Dublin. It's quite enjoyable. The Secret Service was supposed to get a tag team title shot, I should say, against Alexa and Charlotte, but Piper Niven was injured and replaced by Green, who then, alongside Alpha Fire, attacked Charlotte and Alexa, which meant Charlotte was out of the match and it became a one-on-one between Alexa and Chelsea. Alexa picked up the win, but Chelsea and Alpha Fire started to attack her. Charlotte came out injured to support her, well, not friend, but tag team champion partner. The main event, as we just saw, is coming up next. Solo Sikoa versus Sami Uso and Sami Zayn. Let's see if the title can change hands. But we've just seen it's in the books now. This match is over and done with, and we know who the new number one contenders are for the tag team titles on SmackDown. It is the Street Profits. To my surprise, I really did think it would be Mello Don't Miz if there was no sort of breakup between teams. I thought that was the way they were going to go with it. Aiden says Jade will win at the Rumble and then win it at Mania from boring Bianca. That could be the story they go with. I mean, I've said it for a long, long time. I still think someday it should be revealed that Bianca was in on the attack that Naomi committed on Jade. Maybe, yeah. A WrestleMania feud is where it's at. We are about a minute away. A few more comments here. Matthew Garcia's in the house. Good to have you on board, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Says White 6 is the new Dark State. Yeah, I guess you can see some similarities there. Dark State were also very much like the Shield, also very much like the Nexus, also very much like Retribution. Matthew also says Solo W. Says this match is going to be extreme. I'm looking forward to it, Matthew. Again, I don't necessarily want Solo to lose the title. I don't necessarily need Sami Zayn as US champion, but it would be a fun moment. And we get to watch it live together, wouldn't we? As we do this watch along experience, again, a play-by-play reaction to everything going down on Friday Night SmackDown live from Lyon, France. Subscribe if you haven't already, and stick around for the end of the stream when I'm going to break down the entire show with an instant reaction review. I haven't seen this yet. I mean, I've seen clips from What's Your Story with Stephanie, and a lot of it seems pretty cool. But seeing Roman on it is pretty big deal. We are 8:37 now. We're just over 20 minutes, I should say, from the expected end of the show. It could go a little bit longer. They could cut it down for USA Network, of course, if there's something that they're planning on cutting anyway, or some of these ads kind of gone a little bit longer than they needed to. Again, little promo here for Clash in Paris. The Auxilla has just been announced by Michael Gold, Bronson Reed versus Roman Reigns. Old school versus new school in the form of Cena versus Logan Paul, as Wade Barrett puts it. And again, these matches are taking place at Clash in Paris. Fatal 4-way for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. And we will be predicting each and every one of these matches later on tonight, guys, on a separate stream. The Clash in Paris weekend kickoff will come to you live from 11 o'clock UK time. If you're watching live at the moment, that's about 2 hours and 22 minutes away, to be precise. I'm looking forward to breaking down those matches, and I hope you join me for that stream later on tonight. But at the moment, it's all about the watch-along for SmackDown live from Lyon. It's been a fun show so far and a fun stream with you guys. Again, as soon as this show goes off the air, we're also going to hit you with an instant reaction review, so stay tuned for that. They're continuing to promote a card that's pretty kind of impressive, in my opinion, for a European PLE. Again, a lot of times it feels confusing whether or not it's a glorified house show or just something really special with these cards. But this one seems like your typical PLE card, and I think that's a good thing. The fans are very much behind Sami Zayn, singing along to his song, who is still in his lovely Fred Perry jacket. Love Solo theme song as well, to be fair. Christopher Leclerc says, my Mount Rushmore. Is this of women in WWE? So Roxanne Perez, Bayley, Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, and AJ Lee. Hey, that's one too many, Christopher. There's only 4 people on Mount Rushmore. You got to chuck one of them. If you're talking like of all time, I think first one's coming off that list for me, and it's debatable anyway. But the first one to come off the list out of those 5 you've given is Roxanne Perez. I like her. I do. When you talk Mount Rushmore, you're talking greatest of all time type conversation, and she's only been around for a little bit. I like her. Don't get me wrong. She might get up there, but I think even the other four, to some extent, will be debatable to some people. But I think they're fantastic performers. Don't get me wrong. They could be on your greatest of all time Mount Rushmore for sure. Oh, you're taking Charlotte Flair off your Mount Rushmore. Interesting. Over Roxanne Perez. Charlotte Flair has won 1,000,000 titles. I know some people find that to be an issue, but she's done a lot more than Roxanne, Christopher. I appreciate you're a big fan. Aiden's chiming in. It says Katie Ray, Roxanne Perez, Alexa Bliss, Piper Niven, and Charlotte Flair. Again, we're going with 5 guys. Mount Rushmore only needs 4. And look, both if you're talking about who you like at the moment, Christopher and Aiden, that's fine. I can get down with that. I can say, oh, they're your 4 favorite wrestlers at the moment in the women's division. But usually when people talk about Mount Rushmore, they're talking of all time. And Charlotte surely would be in contention. Here we go, though. US title on the line. The challenger, Sami Zayn. I think if he wins, the fans are going to go berserk. His jacket did not want to leave the ring there. As we get into the main event, guys, I want to know what you thought of the show so far. And again, a reminder that we will be live with an instant reaction review straight after this. I would say a big reception for Solo there, but I think it was more just to kind of chant along to the announcer. But still, great atmosphere in Lyon. Who's annoying you, Aiden? Christopher says AJ Lee, Alexa Bliss, Bailey, and Charlotte Flair. Okay. All right, then. If you're going in history, I think that's more likely. I mean, there's still loads of big names missed off there, but that's the point in these debates, right? Some people would argue Trish and Lita. Some people would argue Sasha Banks. Who else could you put in there? Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair. I mean, they're more current as well, but still. When it's all said and done, those careers are all over. It's going to be hard to pick between all those wrestlers to be a top 4, I think. But that just proves how great the women's division has been over the past few years. Sami Zayn fakes it there, bounces back into the ring off the rope as Talasonga feels threatened by that and angered. Solo keeps him at bay, though, and we head to a fade to black and then back to the, I guess, off-air feed, even though we're still seeing it continue. If you are in the version of USA Network, you may not get this, but the match has basically continued throughout the stream here. So let's kind of keep you up to date with what's going on. Not much at the moment. Sami Zayn's in the ring looking frustrated as Solo pretends to get in the ring and then jumps back down. JC Mateo is trying to calm down the crowd. Solo hits Sami with a cheap shot there and a clothesline. Take control. Sami Zayn chant from the fans in Lyon. We're about 16 minutes away from when we expect the show to finish and just over a minute away from the main feed coming back. But at the moment, Solo Sikoa has Sami on the ropes. Literally, rather than figuratively, as in I don't think the match is about to end, but he's actually got me against the ropes. Sami Zayn is fighting back now, so it's definitely not ending. Not while there's a break on anyway. And runs into a kind of back elbow from Solo Sikoa. Being clapped along now by a Tungaloa. Slowed the match down for the break, as you often get. About 35 seconds to go before the main feed comes back on air. And there's a mount from Solo on top of Sami Zayn and a few punches for good measure. Sami tries to kind of fight out of it. I heard him say something about chest. There you go. So you heard Sami Zayn muffly say something about like I'm going to hit you in the chest, which he did. Oof, oof. Solo just rammed Sami's head into the mat there quite aggressively about 3 times. Fade to black, and we're back on the air with the main feed. Third time ever they're going one-on-one, says Michael Cole. US title on the line in what is surely the last kind of segment of Friday Night SmackDown from Lyon. Sami Zayn very much kind of out of it at the moment as Solo rams his backside into side of his head in the turnbuckle. Sample do again, only 2. Solo just said what and yeah. There's a lot of talking in this match that we're noticing. Sami on kind of spaghetti legs, but starts to fight back, and the crowd are behind it. Punch from Solo to slow him down, though. And he tries to throw him up to the ring ropes, and he bounces off and throws Solo out of the ring. Setting up now for a dive, surely. Runs up to the rope and goes for a lovely flip to the outside. Sami Zayn in control now. He's got to get Solo in the ring. The MFTs are watching, kind of concerned on the outside for Solo's US gold. Oh, but the MFTs have pulled Sami out of the ring, and they are beating on him. Oof. The MFTs have thrown Sami back in the ring, and the ref missed the whole deal. Spinning Solo from Solo Sikoa. 1, 2. Sample Mondo. Aiden's cheering on Sami. Says, let's go, Sami. Solo sucks. Let's go, Sami. Solo. Who's this? Oh, Jimmy Uso. Okay. Taking out the MFTs. So we did wonder earlier on, didn't we, if Jacob Fatu and Jimmy were going to be here to help. And right on cue, the Samoan Werewolves music has hit. Again, you got to expect shenanigans in these matches. I'm all here for it. And he come for the other side. Solo tried to warn Talatonga. But where are we going with this, guys? Because it's still not level. There's still 1 extra for the heels. And at the same time, I don't know if we're going to see Sami win. But then again, Sami has now got Blue Thunderbomb. Ooh, that was it. I thought that was it. Sample Mondu. Jacob Fatu takes out Talatonga over the barrier. And they're all fighting on the outside now, which makes me feel like something else is going to happen that is going to impact this match while these guys are away. Maybe another bad guy gets involved. Could we get a new member? Could we get a returning member in Tamatonga? No, at the moment, Solo just rushes out of the ring to get out of the way of the haluva kick and hits a spinning Solo onto the announce table. Woo. Match is heating up. Solo holds up the gold. And the audio's gone. We're 2.5 minutes away from it coming back. Well, the audio's back, but the feed itself, as far as what is going to be shown on TV in the States, because at the moment, internationally on Netflix, we're seeing Solo Sikoa just pose around the ring with the title. So Last match, but not last segment as I expected. There is another break in between, but what do you know? It's TV, eh? So I was speculating there how this could end, and Aiden does think that we could get a new Bloodline member. Sami Zayn chant in the form of Daddy Cool once again. This time in Lyon. Sami is not looking good at the moment. Solo is thrown him back out of the ring for some reason after getting it in. Don't forget, we're going to review this and everything else from the show on the Instant Reaction review show in a minute. He's just hit Sami Zayn with 2 more spinning solos, by the way, which has not happened on the main feed. It's happened on the break, so I wonder if they'll show a replay of that. Both times onto the announce table, 3 of them in total. Sami Zayn looks messed up on the outside of the ring. The officials at 5. It looked like it was going to end there, and I thought, no, this is the ads. It can't end. Oh, it was so close. It got back in the ring, man. I was thinking, is that a mistake? They're going to do a count out in the break, but no, they're not. We're 50 seconds away from the feed coming back, but Sami made it back into the ring in 10 seconds, just about. And the fans are chanting for Sami. Solo picks him up in the corner, though. Right hand. The Sami Zayn chants are flying around the arena. So, again, if we go by timings that we would expect, we're 9 minutes away from the show being over. And we've already had the big kind of fight between all the outside kind of wrestlers. Does that mean we're going to get a different kind of shenanigan, really, to be the headline? Or do we just simply get Sami Zayn win it? And the MFTs have been taken away because of that. Because otherwise they would be outnumbering. Wade must have a clock. It was 9.75. That was close. Sami Zayn, we're back on air, by the way. Sunset flip, foul bomb. Woo! Just a 2. Or simplement 2. We are getting very close to the end of the show. How do we end it? Zayn's going top rope. Aiden reckons 4 minutes, then an interaction with last 2 minutes. Could be, yeah. Sami Zayn looking to put Solo away for US goal, but Solo makes his way to his feet, ducks the offense from Sami, and hits him with a Samoan drop. Who then climbs to the top rope himself. Splash. 1, 2. I was going to say that would be a very anticlimactic end if that was it. Just a 2 count, though. Or supplement 2. Crowd is still very, very much behind Sami Zayn in this one. They want to see a title change hands in their country. Goes to the Samoan spike, but it's ducked and it's rolled up. Ooh, 2. So it was nearly beat there. Uh-oh. Sami goes for oosh. Exploder into the turnbuckle. Heads to the other to set up for the haluva kick as the camera shows a wide shot of the fans getting up on their feet. Oh, no, he doesn't hit it because he's stopped in his tracks by Solo with a super kick. Misses a Samoan spike. Haluva kick finally hits, though, in the corner, opposite side. Runs back to the corner himself. And it looks like he's going to set up for a second one. Solo trying to shake it off, turning around. Oh, when he hits the second haluva. This could be it, guys. We could have a new champion. On the trois, just like that. New United States champion, Sami Zayn, picking up the win in Lyon, France. That's it. New United States champion. Title changing hands outside of the States, but in a big, big way. Wow. Again, I didn't expect it because I don't think Sammy needs it. I don't think Solo needs it as much as he did a few months back. But Sammy definitely didn't need it. But it was a great moment. A very entertaining match. We now see why the MFTs were dragged away from there because, again, even with Jacob Fatu and Jimmy helping, they technically would have the upper hand with an extra member. So it would look a little odd if they kind of were kept at bay. So then running away and fighting is a better visual, I think. But that is it. There we go. Good match. Fun ending to SmackDown. Will Ready Sport is in the house and says, hi, you're from the UK like me. I just subbed and found your channel. Will Ready Sport, I swear you used to comment on our videos about a year or two ago, but wasn't your name something different then? Will Ready Sport Rally or something like that? Maybe have you got a new account and you've found us again? Okay, Sami Zayn, new champion. Didn't expect that. Well, that is it. He is a new champion. A great way to end SmackDown. A very enjoyable show. Either way, Will Rally Sport, good to have you on board. And Aiden, Sami Zayn, Sami Zayn. And that is it, guys. Friday Night SmackDown is in the books. Did you enjoy it? I really did. I thought it was a fun show. I mean, ultimately, it ended with a big moment, a title change. So at the moment, it's probably for that reason alone the biggest story coming out of the tour so far. A very, very enjoyable show. Will Rally Sports said, "Yeah, I thought I recognised you. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Good to have you back, buddy. Either way, but yeah, a very enjoyable show, man. I did have fun. No worries, mate. You ain't got to apologize to me. Christopher says, yes, new champion as well. Yeah, man, what a good way to end the show. I've really, really enjoyed that. Look, I hope you've enjoyed our watch along experience. We are not done. But a thank you to everyone that has tuned in so far. That has been our watch along, our play by play, if you will, for all the big stories coming out of Friday Night SmackDown, and there were quite a few of them. We're going to touch on them further, though, in just a moment when we hit you with our instant reaction review. A few more comments here. Aiden says, shot, there's no interaction like Jimmy and Jacob celebrating. I thought the same, Aiden. I thought they were going to run back to the ring, but we haven't seen it. Maybe something happens off air, and we see that as an online exclusive. But that is it, guys. SmackDown is in the books. We are now going to hit you with an instant reaction review. So stay tuned, because we're going to be back right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we've just got done with our watch-along experience for SmackDown in Lyon. Thank you to everyone that joined us, and thank you for those that stayed tuned for the instant reaction review. Now, pleased to say it was a very, very exciting show. One that I did enjoy, and it ended with a big, big moment, of course, in a new champion being crowned. Of course, Sami Zayn is your new United States champion. The title changed hands away from American soil in France, and a very, very fun match at that. I'm a bit surprised by it, I've got to be honest, but what a great way to give those fans in Lyon a little treat for kind of how well they cheered all night, and just like they did last year as well. Look, very, very excited to be back here for the stream, but it's not just me. I'm also with Mr. Andy Spores. Andy, how are you doing? What are your thoughts coming out of SmackDown in Lyon?
Yeah, it was as expected, a very rowdy crowd over in France, as we saw when they were there last time as well. And it feels with that ending, maybe they got a little bit of recognition by having a title change hands in Lyon as well. So really cool moment for the French fans to get that, especially on a SmackDown. And yeah, I'm interested to have a bit of a chat about Sami Zayn and Solo Sikoa and where that kind of leaves both guys as well.
Yeah, me too. I mean, again, I was surprised that's what they went with. I'm not against it because it was a moment. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it on air. I enjoyed the moment just watching it itself. And it was, I guess, something, as you say, well deserved for the fans. A little bit of a reward for them as well. So we'll break down the show kind of match by match, segment by segment as we make our way through. Just get to a few comments here as well. Aiden said just as we were wrapping up the watch along that he was shocked that there was no interaction at the end with Jimmy and Jacob celebrating, which I agree, and I assume you do as well, Andy, from the nods there. We'll touch on that match in more detail later on and all the kind of shenanigans around it. Will Radisford says we've got an ROH pay-per-view tonight with Athena versus Mina. And also, Christopher Leclerc says Sami Zayn just needs to win the World Championship and become a Grand Slam champion. That kind of leads into my kind of thoughts on this a little bit as well. A little spoiler there because we don't want to dive into too much. We'll do it a bit in chronological order where we can. But yeah, that's my biggest kind of about this is that I just want Sami winning the big one. I'm sick of these mid-card titles for Sami because he's been there and he's done that. But the show started out with a pretty big opener. Something that we saw also on last week's show in Dublin, of course, was Logan Paul and John Cena going face to face in what was once again a pretty entertaining promo segment to open the show as well. Again, it was promised that Cena would be on the show. He was coming out essentially to address what happened at the end of last week's event, of course, where he was punched in a cheap way, essentially, by Logan Paul. But we did see Cena opening the show, but before he could get there, Logan Paul went out there to take care of business himself. So what were your thoughts on the opener? Did you enjoy what we saw from John Cena and Logan Paul in this one, Andy?
Yeah, I think it was exactly what was needed the night before their showdown, or 2 nights, I guess. I keep thinking it's Saturday. I don't know why we've been.
I know it's so confusing being a Sunday PLE again, but yeah.
Yeah, so I think it was exactly what they needed between the two of them, is just to have another face to face. I think a lot of this was John Cena probably wanted to enjoy that crowd and just see, like sort of soak up the atmosphere and also let the crowd see John Cena, because again, you're going to get those moments where it's nights like tonight when they do a package at the end of his year run where they'll be able to use stuff like this because of like how big that reception was.
Yeah.
And it was just, we've seen it. It's a redo of like every other one that he's done where he destroys someone verbally in the ring and he gets that chance to say, this is sink or swim time, kid. It's time to grow a set and step up, and it's their chance to do so. So to me, that was Logan Paul's chance to kind of step up, and it was good to let him have his time first, because a lot of people do struggle when they go against John Cena toe to toe on the mic. So I think it was sort of well done all around. Is exactly what I expected. Logan Paul draws heat wherever he goes, and John Cena at the moment gets cheers everywhere he goes. So perfectly done. I can't really add much more to that, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think it's a good point you make there. Putting Logan in first gave him the opportunity to kind of, be the sole focus rather than the thunder being stolen. You could argue, well, Cena comes out and therefore takes it away from him anyway. But the kind of back and forth, we didn't get too much back and forth. It was more Logan's turn, and then mainly Cena talking in the second half of it. Logan had a few kind of bite backs here and there, which probably kind of helped him rather than, as you say, kind of a situation where sink or swim and he's kind of drowning against one of the better superstars on the mic. And I said it when we was on the watch along. I've got to admit, Logan Paul is very entertaining on the mic still. So and he's getting better and better. It's a frightening thing. We've been saying it since day one, but it'd be interesting to go back and watch his early matches and his early promos. And
he sounds more natural. I think he's found a cadence where it fits him, where he's not necessarily reading from a script. Like, I think he knows what his points are, and you can kind of tell there's a little bit being fed to him beforehand.
100%. Yeah.
Whereas at the beginning, if I remember rightly, a lot of them felt a bit sort of stinted because he didn't quite know how to react to certain points, let the crowd do their thing and respond to it. Whereas now he knows to kind of utilize that as part of the promo, which I think is fantastic and shows his progression. So this is probably one of the stronger ones he's had. There's still a bit where you kind of like, you don't need to chirp in quite as much,
Yeah.
but he's annoying, so he kind of gets away with it.
100%. I think the character, as you say, kind of plays into that. So he does get away with it. But those are the only kind of things where, if you found any kind of criticism with his promo style, there are sometimes where he could let it breathe a little bit longer or not say the obvious thing. But generally speaking, again, it fits his character and very, very entertaining. Talking of entertaining, we've also got Lucas in the house. Going to bring him on the stream now as well to let us know his thoughts on that opening segment. Again, he joined us earlier on the watch along for a little bit and was commenting away in the background. But now that he's back and had his pizza, let's see what he actually thought of the opening segment to SmackDown. Lucas.
Hello, guys. Hello, Andy. You right?
How's it going?
Yeah. Open segment. To be fair, I thought the whole episode was actually really good tonight. Actually, I think a lot of good. Hello, Andy. Hello, Aidan. Sorry. So I'm reading hello, Andy. We're looking at Andy. I thought the segment was done well. Like, I think it's very hard for someone to play off against Cena. I think that, especially in this, we're getting close, guys. It's less than 10 dates now left.
Yeah, scary.
Something I did message earlier. I did say, like, I do wonder why they do these long promo segments in countries where English is not the first language. Obviously, I know they're doing it because, obviously, for domestic viewers, but it did leave a few kind of awkwardnesses because there was some kind of like real nice lines and some real kind of nice insults that kind of went over the French's crowd, and it left for like some of the stuff being kind of delayed response because obviously they're struggling. They're not struggling. They're trying to get the translation right before they're reacting. But I thought it was a really, really, really nice touch. Cena obviously apologising to the kiddie upset.
Oh man, that was so cool.
I'd love to know if that was planned. Like, surely, I don't know, with the kid go, I don't know, Broston and France are very close.
Yeah, but the kid didn't seem to be in on it.
He was on social media, though. I think WWE shared that the kid was in the crowd, in the queue to go in. Right, so they obviously knew he was there, and I'll presume they've fed him into a position and told John Cena he'll be around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon there's a bit of both. I reckon perhaps either he got that seat as it was, or they knew he was coming, saw him in a queue and said, you know what, do you want to upgrade? Essentially, and sat him in those seats where Cena came. But I thought it was a really nice touch. It's Cena, like, this is another genius of John Cena, though. Like, obviously, as we all know, come pretty much to the conclusion of Clash in Paris, the only thing on the mind of anyone when it comes to John Cena will be John Cena against Brock Lesnar, most likely at WrestlePalooza, maybe stretching it to Perth or Survivor Series, but that's what is next. And so we know that come the conclusion of a Logan Paul match, win, lose, draw, whatever, like, this will be it for the Logan Paul and John Cena feud.
Yeah.
So I think they've done a good job of making it seem like it's not just that stopgap. And I think if the match delivers, which I think it will, it's got that kind of, and it may even be like a nice turning point for Logan Paul as a character, to kind of, if he loses, he may be a little bit humbled. We might even go the other way, where obviously he just go completely, thing. And if he wins, my God, I think we will be seeing the inevitable, which is going to happen anyway. But I think it will kind of basically dictate that he is most likely going to be next in line for a world or WWE heavyweight kind of title, maybe even title win down the line if he gets this win. But I think Cena will win going in. That's some of this discussion anyway. But I thought the opening segment was done really, really well, and I was pleased with the development from last week. I think this feud's actually been quite interesting.
Yeah, me too. I think last week was fun. This week was good. And I think, as you said, it's kind of, it doesn't feel like a stopgap feud. It feels like one that's important, and that's impressive when there are no titles on the line. So I think they've done a good job. I mean, they've tried to have Cena acknowledge his heel past, but also not acknowledge it by just going back to the same old stuff, which I felt was a little awkward. But I think, again, this whole heel run not working could be analysed for years, and I'm sure for years to come we'll be kind of referring back to it and hopefully looking at it with a different set of eyes in the future to be able to kind of analyse it a little bit more. But at the moment, we've just got to enjoy what we've got and say, you know what, the people want to cheer Cena, and Cena wants to have a good time going out, and I think we've just got to kind of accept that. And again, what we're getting at the moment, I can't deny, is fun. And if you're ever going to kind of at least play into some of the stuff from his heel stuff, then I think the moment with the fan was really, really nice. We also saw him compare himself to Logan Paul, which I think was a bit odd. He seems to do that a lot, which I just didn't think worked with the Logan Paul character. If there's any negative for me, it's probably that one. I don't think it really was very truthful. But all in all, again, a fun little segment, a great way to start the show.
Discovering.
And who are we discovering? And again, a good way to start quite an exciting show. The fans were on fire straight away, as expected. The first match we saw, though, was supposed to be a tag team title match. When we were doing the preview on the watch along stream, news was out there essentially saying, look, it doesn't look like Piper Niven is going to be available, and that she's instead going to be replaced by her, I guess not Secret Service member, because she and Alba are the only members, but they are looking after Chelsea Green. Of course, the graphic here was quickly out of date. Chelsea Green was said to be replacing Piper Niven, and then that didn't even take place anyway, because they went from what is apparently a real injury to staging a kind of kayfabe injury in taking out Charlotte Flair, which I think worked out really well in the end, because it made her look like the hero when she made the save on Alexa. But nice fun opening match here with Alexa Bliss and Chelsea Green. I was glad, because as much as I liked the Secret Service and Chelsea Green, I want it to be the tag team that win those belts. And I also like Charlotte and Alexa, and I don't want them to take that kind of turn in whatever direction their storyline goes in just yet anyway. So for me, I actually wonder if they were going to make the Secret Service win and it would have been too soon, or if this the plan all along, they would have lost anyway. Throw it over to you, Andy, on this one. What are your thoughts on the opening match and the kind of melee around it, essentially, to turn it to a one-on-one?
I think the biggest thing I took away from it is just how evergreen popular Alexa Bliss is. She's just the noise that crowds make, no matter where they are in the world. She's so over, and it's incredible that's still going. And obviously, she had that kind of extended break away while she had a child, and then after that, she was kind of, I presume, they were waiting for the right time to bring her back. But yeah, just testament to her popularity that she's still getting that kind of noise. There's a lot of noise at the moment as well about the stuff that's going on in NXT that they're doing with Ethan Page. So I wonder if they're going to try and find a way to spin it, because that's the kind of rumor, is that, you know, it's gone down very well backstage, and they're trying to find a way to bring him over to SmackDown as part of that Canadian group, Canadian Scottish group, I guess, as it really is.
Nova Scotia. There we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against that. So it'd be interesting to see if we do move away from that now into more of a sort of faction that includes Ethan Page. So yeah, nice opening match. It was a strange one. I kind of feared for the women's, and we'll talk about the other one later on, but I was a bit like, I don't know how long they're actually going to get on either of these when they started pulling a bit of hijinks.
Yeah, what about you, Lucas? What are your thoughts on the kind of craziness that surrounded this match and how it ended?
Yeah, I can only assume that they were going to lose, and they potentially didn't want Chelsea Green on the losing end in terms of like a tag team match, potentially. Maybe. Then saying it's looked as a single, I don't know. I can't work this company out. But yeah, obviously on NXT they have had her working alongside Ethan Page, and obviously at Heatwave just gone, they worked a very interesting match where obviously they were villains with a Canadian gimmick, but were getting heavily cheered against the two American gold medalists, Tara May Steele and Taven Heights. And I think overall the work that they've done together seems to be going down very, very well. And I think if Piper Niven is injured and maybe out, kind of, and can't be around for a little bit, it might be the sensible thing to maybe do the jump now. But I do just fear with that obviously does that become more of a vehicle for Ethan Page or for the women? Because at the moment, Secret Service and Chelsea Green are very much, a strong part of the women's division. And if the plan was for them to win the tag belts at some time, and if Piper Niven can't make it, are you not just better off just doing Chelsea Green and Alba Fire winning the tag belts?
Maybe, especially if they are bringing over Ethan Page, because there's a chance Chelsea, weirdly enough, since it's her group, gets lost in the shuffle once they bring someone like Ethan Page over. I hope that's not the case. I hope Chelsea still is the kind of main player in the group, and kind of Ethan Page is the subservient, kind of slimy bad guy, which I think would work very well in a kind of male-female kind of dynamic as well. So yeah, I hope that's what they do with it. Again, you're watching the instant reaction review for SmackDown, but we'd love to know your thoughts as well. So see some comments coming in. Keep them coming. Aiden is saying a little warm welcome to Lucas. Before we get to some of his comments about wrestling, he wants to know, did you enjoy your pizza? And what was it, Lucas?
I'm a simple man. It was a margarita pizza. Pizza was good. Pizza was good. Free
Good
as well.
to hear. It was what? Free?
Yeah.
You know what? I don't even know on air how you got into these dodgy deals, mate. I'm a bit scared to ask you, so we'll pause that one there. Aiden also says John Cena winning the IC belt to become Grand Slam champion. That's something we haven't even really discussed. That's incredible that he's never even done that. Who knows? Could we see that happen before he retires in what is 8 appearances left? I think that Ethan and Chelsea segment has been dry and unenjoyable. Aiden not really a fan of it, and says can't wait for the day that Piper and Alba, but I prefer Kaylee Ray to turn on Chelsea. Of course, Aiden a little bit biased there, being Scottish as well. Got a lot of love for the Secret Herfists, as do we on the channel, though. They are great talents. And it's a shame that Piper's injured. Hopefully it's not a long one, because I do think them being tag champs makes sense. Again, I just think it would have been a bit soon because of the other story on the other side of Alexa and Charlotte. Let's carry on with the rest of SmackDown, though. We saw Sami Zayn being interviewed backstage in a lovely Fred Perry polo, and he spoke a little bit of French for the audience as well. Said how he felt going into WrestleMania when he won the IC title, just kind of really started hyping up that main event, which we'll touch on later on. We also saw the announcement of Brandy Rhodes and Cody Rhodes' second daughter, so fantastic news for them. Congratulations. We came back from commercial and we saw Aleister Black cutting a kind of spooky candlelit promo on Damian Priest, who then cut one of his own. I was a little bit confused about this one, boys, because Damian Priest was going, he sounds articulate, he looks articulate, or clever, or something like that, whatever he was saying. Then he changed it to as if Aleister wants to be like Damian, which I don't think Aleister said. Wants to know about Damian's life or something. It just kind of quickly turned. But then again, I think it was a fun promo because it ended with wait, Barrett, I can call back to you, which was quite kind of cheeky from the wrestler rather than the announcer. But I was a little bit confused by this one, even though I'm looking forward to the feud. I'm also confused by the fact that we didn't see him out there in the flesh. Of course, SmackDown is continuing as a live event at the moment. I imagine there's a dark match going on, and that could very well be it. But thoughts on this kind of back and forth promo between the two there. First, run it over to you, Lucas. What did you think about the segment here?
Does Damian Priest ever wrestle anymore? Like,
maybe not.
I don't remember the last time he was actually in a match. I remember like when they did say there were rumours for something big happening with him, but it just doesn't seem to have been happening. Obviously, he moved to SmackDown. Now, this is something which goes into a bigger thing, but people moving brands for certain things and then not delivering on those certain things, it's getting a bit silly. Because the whole thing is, he said he moved to SmackDown because he was done with the Judgment Day on Raw, and he wanted basically to be a future WWE champion. And he's made no effort in any feud or any action he's done in order to be WWE champion again. So I don't understand why move over and then not have anything for the person. And now we're in a feud where you said earlier that obviously Cena and saying he was similar to Logan Paul was daft. So was this. I don't understand. Because obviously, Aleister Black was doing the whole dark stuff long before Damian Priest even got it to the main roster. Aleister Black's always been that dark character, that dark gothic character. So if anything, Damian Priest should have said that, I looked up to you. I model myself off you, and I've gone this way. But to make it out like you're the kind of original and that he's copied is a bit daft. Because even if you go off the basis that yes, Aleister did leave to go to AEW, during the interim, he was still there before you anyway in the first place.
And I think it doesn't help when Damien's not dressed in his spooky get-up. You know what I mean? He's dressed in normal street clothes, and he's like, "Oh, you don't know my story?" And all I can think of, Puerto Rican, New York. That's what he's talking about. I didn't even take on board the whole kind of spooky side to his character.
Yeah, which I haven't really done enough of with anyway. But I think in terms of this feud, it's interesting because this feud started before SummerSlam. I'm convinced. So it's been going quite a while, and there's not been a match.
Like you say, Damien don't wrestle anymore.
It seems not. And it's seemingly that it's not going to be happening at Clash in Paris.
Yeah,
We get a match added to that. So we have broken the evil streak of 5-match cards, it
can't
seems.
believe it. Yeah.
And I don't know if it is something that's going to roll over to WrestlePalooza. Are they going to stretch that to then, or is it just a television feud?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the segment was like okay. Like it's one of those. There's a few awkward promos that exist in WWE. I'm missing one of them. Like the other one I hate is a split screen promo one because it's always awkward. And this is another one where he's reacting to something that's on a screen, and then we're not really going to get a response or resolution until possibly next week or the week after. But I think it's one of those you have to just file under watch this space.
Yeah.
Which is kind of awkward because they're two kind of main guys, or meant to be main guys that aren't obviously getting the TV time to at least have a match anyway. But potentially we see it next week. I don't know, Andy. When do you think we see this match? Is it ever happening?
Yeah, I wonder if there's been an injury that they're just trying to stall for time, maybe to kind of get them both in the ring. And maybe it's Damien Priest who's had like a knock or something. But I don't get it because obviously they spun this out from the match that happened between Aleister Black and R-Truth and the kind of interactions that they had there, and then went off in this direction. And yeah, like I think you guys know my thoughts on Damien Priest. I'm not his biggest fan, and I kind of feel like Aleister Black's the one you've got to give the ball to here and just let him win this feud out whenever it happens. But yeah, I guess if you want to make a big deal of it, can he stretch it out 3 weeks longer and do it at WrestlePalooza? Again, that's a long time now because they've been spinning their wheels, for weeks, what it feels like anyway. So I don't know, like maybe we do just see it next week and move on. But I do think you've got to kind of start for both guys' sake to get away from it now because you're going to start getting a lot of the same stuff coming out. And it was a very weird line because if you know anything about Aleister Black from, when he was before WWE and he was in ICW and he was doing like, cult stuff there and kidnapping backstage interviewers, like, he's been doing this for a long time. So very, very weird to have, Damien Priest claim that, but never mind. I don't think he's got much else to hang his hat on at the moment. So, yeah, I think it's time to move on. So maybe make this a main event of SmackDown if you can't stretch out for 3 weeks and get it done next week.
I could see it being something where they have the match and it doesn't result in a finish, and therefore they add a stipulation, and that becomes the WrestlePalooza, and that's how you stretch it out. But other than that, like you guys say, it's hard to see how much they can spread it out on the microphone, essentially, or with these kind of segments that we saw tonight. But next up, let's move into, we'll talk about someone not wrestling. Kiana James barely wrestled as well because she came out to defend Julia's honor. Look, we saw it last week on SmackDown in Dublin. Michin said she wanted the US title opportunity, and Kiana says, you got to go through me first. Michin said, great, you're just offering me more matches, essentially saying I like wrestling, that's cool, to paraphrase, and she gets her opportunity. Kiana James' SmackDown debut, and it didn't really go the way you'd want your debut to go if this was, well, a legit sport at least. It's a story, so she'll probably look back on this no matter what her career becomes as a kind of fun moment either way, because it got people talking, and it is what it is, and sometimes you've got to play the fool before you become the kind of the main event, essentially. And I think it played into a character a little bit, which is something I'm a bit confused by because I don't get how her character mixes with Julia's at all. We've seen odd couples work before, don't get me wrong, but it just seems a little off to me. But that's not saying that those two girls didn't deliver in their parts tonight. I think Kiana playing into her embarrassment and anger over it was pretty well done. Michin looks strong, as she should, because I think she probably will pick up US gold eventually. And Julia is finally being booked, and she gets the opportunity to make herself look strong by beating up on Michin as well. I've got a fear that Julia is going to lose it very quickly. I do think Michin should win it, but not just yet. But that's a bit of an awkward thing to say when Julia's had it for some time. She just simply hasn't been on TV. Let's throw it back to you this time, Andy. What are your thoughts on the 3-second match? Did any of it annoy you, or was you just kind of cool with what it was?
I was got flashbacks of is it Giovanni Vinci when he lost his debut after being repackaged for Asia and he got that.
Now that one was a problem. This one, I don't. Yeah,
it doesn't bode well for her. Let's put it that way. I don't know. There's stuff about her presentation that I think kind of annoys me a little bit because the bag is a ridiculous size, but they're not trying to play it off as a comedy thing. So that in itself, I don't get. She looks fantastic in terms of like being like looks like a superstar, absolutely. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan on NXT. She hasn't done anything to kind of dissuade me of that. At least they explained on the way to the ring the whole boss thing and like how she was a a really good business. What was it, young person business or something or other, where they explain why she's doing what she's doing, but it didn't tangibly tie it to Julia. And Julia should really be a superstar in her own right. We've already been robbed of seeing Stephanie Vicker tomorrow or Sunday, sorry. We could have done with something better than we got here and had Julia. And also the stomp thing, like the angle didn't do them any favors because Michin was nowhere near the stairs and kind of had to sell it. And it was a bit like, oh, I just thought that ending was a little bit, I get what they were going for, but you need to be a bit more snug in that circumstance to make it believable.
Lucas, thoughts on this? I want to say match, but really,
it was nice to see Julia. I will be very annoyed though if Julia does lose to Michin straight away. I think it would actually follow like several Japanese wrestlers just not getting these good title runs. Like Shinsuke Nakamura did it with the US title. Was it earlier this year, wasn't it? Won the title at Survivor Series last year, defended it once, and then just lost it.
Yeah.
And because they didn't see him book him for like 2 months. They need to find a way to get these mid-card belts and feuds onto television. They've got a lot of television. Stop giving people 20-minute promo segments. Stop having the first match start 32 minutes into the broadcast, and put on, the mid-card belts that you're meant to like, that you're meant to get us to care about. And sort of this. So obviously, yeah, interesting. I was thinking of this Giovanni Vinci thing as well, but I think that this is very different in the sense that they have already kind of given a character reason for it happening, and it just leads potentially to a better match down the line that Kiana James can get the win back off. I think this was not the one to really introduce, especially like an international crowd, like to her. Because Nasabo's away, they didn't really know who she was. She hasn't done anything on the main roster. Whereas I think at least if they go to America, and especially if they go around, when they're in Florida, for example, there'll be people who obviously have seen Kiana James do what she does. It's a shame that obviously she got injured very early on to debuting on the Raw roster, didn't she, last year? Obviously took a long time out and has come back now. I think the relationship makes sense, and I think hopefully they delve more into it over the coming weeks. But it does make sense because Kiana, one of her best skills was mic skills, and Julia, obviously, just the language barrier.
Right. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think booking-wise, that makes sense to cover something. I guess what I mean is character-wise, it doesn't make sense. Like they wouldn't be friends, it seems.
Yeah. I think they need to make a thing of it. Like it seems that she's like almost like a sports agent type thing, but she got the unique. But she's also a wrestler, attached to it. So potentially we can delve more into that. I'm fine with the 3-second thing. I think the only thing I'd say is they booked the first 2 matches were booked exactly the same. You had, and they're both in the women's division too, where you had the babyface win and then get 2-on-1 handicap after the match. Fair enough, Charlotte Flair did come out actually, to be fair, in the tag thing, so it's more like 2-on-2. But you still had essentially the villains basically standing over the faces, which back to back, not really too ideal, but I can see potentially why they did it, because obviously what was to come later on the show.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on Charlotte Flair there. Actually, just a quick point on that. I think she got a great reception. I think the babyface turn has really worked. Credit to her, credit to Alexa, and there are a few things that I think are behind that I do want to dive into, but that's probably build-up territory for another stream, another day, essentially. If you're new here for the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, we basically, on the night of a PLE, hype you up and get you in the mood for that PLE by talking last-minute rumours and kind of breaking down matches and predictions and stuff like that. And we also go off on random topics and kind of debates as well with our friends from the wrestling media. So tonight, of course, we've got Andy Spoilers joining us over here on this SmackDown Instant Reaction Review, and of course, member of this channel, Lucas, as well. If you want to see more from us, again, subscribe. You can also find Andy Spores at Wrestling Royalty. And Andy, you tell them where they can find you, mate.
No, you're doing a really good job there.
Wrestling Royalty, WrestleSphere, going over to SoundSphere a bit more now as well, right?
That's right.
Do we go back to your rock and wrestling days as well? Like, can we still?
Yeah, I mean, I like just to, rock and wrestling is pretty intangibly linked. So yeah, if you enjoy a little bit of everything, a bit of gaming in there as well, a bit of wrestling, a bit of TV, film, and music, you can check that all out on SoundSphere. We kind of amalgamated them back together for now because we've got a big audience. We don't want people to having to go look too far. Let's put it all in one place for you.
Hey, that's smart, mate. I appreciate that. Look, talking about all being in one place later on, we're going to have a weekend kickoff show for Clash in Paris where we're going to break down all of the card. Of course, as Lucas said earlier on, another match has been added to that. Surprise, surprise, it's more than just a 5 for those in Paris. So that's exciting. We're going to break down those later on in a different stream. But right now, you are watching the instant reaction review to SmackDown. Now, let's move over to what actually happened on SmackDown. Let's move away from these two opening matches that featured women and talk about a segment that featured two of the most over men in the company, in my opinion, with Randy Orton getting a sing-song for good measure and McIntyre getting a fantastic ovation. Didn't do either of the things I expected, which was to play into it or to turn against it. He kind of just played it in the middle, which is always interesting to see how a heel plays it. But what I thought was quite interesting about this little promo was the seeds being sown, in my opinion, as they have been for quite some time now, on a Randy Orton turning on Cody Rhodes situation, where Drew said, look, Randy, look, he's not your mate. He's no one's mate. And like he took advantage of you and you need to remember that. And when it came to Randy talking, he basically said along the lines of, yeah, I'll keep that in mind, sort of thing. So it's interesting from Randy Orton. Of course, it's not happened tonight, but that I kind of feel sows the seeds for later on. Got a little bit of a back and forth here as well, where we ended up seeing Randy Orton go for the punt. Now, this reminds us, of course, of the storyline that was leading into WrestleMania that sadly got axed because of the injury to Kevin Owens. It feels like they've just kind of copy and pasted that part of that feud over here now. It gives Drew something to do. We don't know how long for. Is this something that lasts a week because Drew maybe faces off against Cody at WrestlePalooza? Is Cody gone for a little bit longer because of his, wife just having given birth? Or is Cody back at Clash in Paris or something like that? We don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. But what we do know is that something at the moment is going on with Randy Orton and Drew McIntyre. But where is it going? I'm going to throw over to you first of all, Lucas. Your reactions to this and where you think it might be going.
I think it's going to be used as a vehicle for Cody to return. I think they're going to do the match maybe next week or week after. Mm-hmm. Cody returns, and that will set up Cody and Drew at WrestlePalooza most likely. I think that I don't see Orton turning. The problem they're going to have with Orton turning is people won't boo him. And at the moment, be fair, probably Cody needs to turn more than Orton. The fans are already, because he's had the belt more than 5 minutes, the fans are already, making their feelings and voices heard. And I think that would be the smart decision to make. I think that Orton just got the legacy pop. He's never going to get booed. People just are so happy that he's back wrestling. After obviously he took a long hiatus and he went with back injury. And he is, again, like, as much as Cena's having his final year now, you have to imagine it's not going to be too long for Randy Orton. Definitely as a full-time wrestler anyway. So I think that... But in terms of the segment, what we saw, like, it was solid stuff from both. Obviously, a little bit affected by the French crowd. I think some of the insults were, were kind of missed. But, I think it was a very tidy promo segment. And it was nice to see some physical altercation between the two. I love how there's little things that Drew does that just put him on the next level. And just the littlest, tiniest thing that he does is when he misses like the Claymore kick, and his facial expression is so good. like it's only like a little thing. It's on the screen for like a split second, but he sets up. He goes up for the Claymore kick, and he misses that, and he sells that. It's something which is so lost because, of course, and it makes sense because like it's his big move. It's the big move in his arsenal. The move that he's won championship with, beat Brock Lesnar with WrestleMania, and he's just missed it. And his face has that look of like, oh my god,
what have I done? Yeah.
And he's just so good at this kind of stuff. I think that we're probably going to see the match in a couple of weeks' time. I don't think it wouldn't make sense for Cody to be out longer than that. One would have to assume that Cody is going to be part of WrestlePalooza. It would just make no sense going into that show without the first ESPN pay-per-view in the States and all that kind of stuff, without your current WWE champion as part of the card.
Yeah.
So I think that Cody has to return at some point. If it's not going to be Sunday at Clash, it'll most likely be in America when they're back in the States on SmackDown.
Yeah, you could be right. It certainly could be a vehicle to simply buy time, especially now that Cody's again had a second child. So once again, congratulations to him. We also saw Drew McIntyre not only Randy Orton not only kind of say that I'll take that on board, but also say explicitly, I didn't do that for Cody. Like I didn't drop you last week for Cody. So again, kind of leans into that. I appreciate what you're saying there, Lucas, about the risk of turning Randy heel. I do wonder if a year ago it might have been, even though he was just as beloved this time last year, I think Cody was stronger as a babyface this time last year. So maybe you're right. Maybe it would be too risky and people would basically be cheering him battering Cody Rhodes, even if the audience tried to, if the commentators try and sell it otherwise. Andy, what are your thoughts on this, mate? Is it simply a stepping stone that kind of goes a week or two, or does it go much longer? And what were your thoughts of the kind of back and forth between the two in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a filler for both guys, but not in a bad way because they're both very professional and they're both upper echelons of the roster as well. So you're getting two big guys going against each other. We've seen it, a few times, but it doesn't make it, they've found a way to make it relevant. And at the moment, Cody's had his second child. He's over in Australia filming Street Fighter. Like, he's a busy guy. Like, he's, got all this extra stuff that he's got going on. And it's a great way to fill that void that he's leaving behind. Plus, quite frankly, everyone was complaining the last time we were getting too much Cody Rhodes. So this time, giving him almost the Roman treatment of take him away for a little while, and hopefully the crowd will respond when he comes back. I would presume these guys could have a match at WrestlePalooza and Cody comes back during it to make a save for Randy or something. And, that's where you can go if you want Randy to go, I don't need you saving me. Like, I'm your mentor. Like, you need to put some respect on it and I don't need saving from anyone. You go from there. Like that seems to be the most natural way of doing it. And it doesn't, WWE, we've said a few times, don't do these kind of cartoonish black and white villains and heroes anymore. It's more of a case of there's got to be a wrinkle there. So Randy kind of being a little bit embarrassed that someone saved him makes sense to kind of push him away from Cody. So maybe that's the way they do it. I just think it's evident as well. Randy's enjoying just being in the ring and interacting with these audiences. And I think there was a big spell where he wasn't doing that. So, if Matt Riddle did nothing else, at least he gave us a fun Randy Orton match. So I do appreciate that. It's fine. Like the promo stuff, they're two very good guys on the mic. Drew McIntyre, as Lucas says, got loads of little things like the fact he was coming out looking for Randy Orton in case he was hiding under the ring or asking Michael Cole. And it's stuff that like that makes him a bit more realistic to audience watching, going, oh, okay, like Kevin Owens, you actually think about these things rather than I'm just going to go down the corridor and just wait to get attacked from behind or something. So like little bits like that, I think puts these guys, they can cool their jets a little bit while not being too far removed from a title shot at Cody at any point, so they can pull the trigger on that. So I think it's a really good spot for them to be in, just to kind of burn a few weeks until they decide which way they're going.
Yeah, I agree. It's much like the John Cena Logan Paul thing. Sometimes you can tell when something is, the kind of transitional feud, if you will, but that's nothing on the guys themselves, and that in itself can be a fun one. You're not just waiting around, oh, when's this going to end? Tonight I was going into it thinking, oh, so when's Randy showing up? Because of the way Drew played into it. And I think those notes, as you say, that Lucas kind of hit on there about kind of Drew's kind of delivery and his performance and these kind of little nuanced things about him rightly being concerned and shocked and surprised that he missed a Claymore. These are the little kind of touches that show you kind of just a top tier talent between a top tier talent and a rookie, or a veteran and a rookie. So these are the kind of things where you really notice it, because, as you say rightly, it's the small details. They only last a few seconds, but if you take them away, other wrestlers would go for their finisher and just go straight into the next spot. And you do have to let it breathe, even if that breathing is simply a facial cue that you hope a camera picks up on for 1 second. I think it was very, very well executed and well pointed out there by Lucas as well. Aiden says, Andy and Lucas, what do you think was behind Kathy Kelly's head? Did you notice this? I didn't spot it, but Aiden thought he saw something behind her head on the truck. Did any of you pick this up?
No,
I can't see anything online about it either. I've tried to look for it, but I can't see anyone talking about it. We just wondered if it was one of those kind of little Easter eggs they keep seeming to plug into backstage segments. Kevin Kenny is in the house, says hi. Hope you're doing well, Kenny. Kevin, I should say. Hope you enjoyed the show. Let us know what you thought of SmackDown overall. And we are right on the kind of road to Clash in Paris now. Again, later on tonight, we're also going to have a stream where we break down Clash in Paris and predict it. Christopher Leclerc also says, Randy Orton is signed with WWE through to 2029, so he will be 54, an incredible age to reach when he's still performing so impressively and still so over as well. So, props to Randy Orton and all he continues to do in WWE. As Andy said, he really did get a shot in the arm when it came to him and that tag team with Matt Riddle. So it's something that we've benefited from, essentially. Next up, we saw the WWE Tag Team Championships #1 contenders match. Now, last week on the Dublin stream, myself and Lucas were debating whether or not we were getting that turn between The Miz and Carmelo Hayes. If we did, who would turn? Who would end up being the face? Who would be the heel? We still didn't, we didn't get that, but we kind of got the seeds towards it, maybe because we got The Miz being distracted by the Wyatt Six. Now, the Wyatt Six made their presence in the form of Uncle Howdy or Bo Dallas, whatever you want to call him, showing up in both backstage segments with both opposite teams, basically kind of with some cryptic chat and saying, watch out for the Wyatt Six, essentially. But weirdly enough, costs Melo Don't Miz the match, only to give a match to the Street Profits, which I don't know where we're going with that. I mean, they got their title match at Clash, and that's cool. We're going to have a sixth match. If I'm honest, I would have preferred to see the other match take place, Melo Don't Miz, because I think there's an interesting story brewing there. Of course, talking about stories brewing, we've got the Street Profits with seeds being planted there as well. I think they're playing into the rumors. We saw, again, Uncle Howdy, Bo Dallas, basically say, you guys aren't blood, and you'll notice that you're not really brothers, and we're not really a family. So there's a lot kind of going on here. We didn't quite get the explosion to any of those kind of twists and turns, but the seeds are certainly planted on both sides. What did you think of the match overall, and what did you think of the result? Leading over to you, Lucas, first of all.
Yes, this is interesting because obviously I would credit them actually on coming up with a interesting way to get the sixth match onto the card, as obviously we've gone, and it's something which obviously going forward, no, obviously this was in Lyon, they were going to be in Paris on Sunday, but it is something which they should be doing more of. We should be seeing more kind of these quote-unquote kind of spontaneous kind of match setups and stuff. But it's interesting with the title, because is this going to be the start of a feud, or is it going to be like a one and done and then they move on to someone else? It does feel like it, and I guess only from the segment for tonight, is it going to be Bo Dallas's, tactic to try and plant seeds in all the different tag teams' heads, to question whether they can obviously beat the Wyatt Six, as he did obviously both backstage segments. I think although yes, I would maybe have liked to have seen Wyatt's against Miz and Melo. I can see maybe why they didn't, because obviously Miz did spend a lot of time feuding with the Wyatts previously, so potentially they decided to go another direction. It'd be interesting. I think as well, with there also being BFAB with the Street Profits, that will naturally give Nikki Cross something to
Yeah.
do. In this contest. I think it was an interesting way to set up the match. The match was actually pretty good as well. I think the Miz is really working like doubly extra hard like in this to obviously make this work. He'll make anything work. That's the thing. He'll make anything work. He's a grifter. I think that the match was solid, and the weakness of the distraction will be interesting because it was just a case of Wyatt's were there, Miz looked, and then got knocked off the apron. So it'll be interesting seeing how Mello acts to this, and I kind of hope they keep them together and then build up to an actual proper turn.
Yeah.
But I do get a feeling they may try a rush job and just obviously go straight into the singles feud off the back of this. But I would think that it's gone down quite well, the tag team, I felt. And the SmackDown tag division obviously has been quite strong this year. So having another team like these two involved, I think is only good, particularly obviously the Miz's experience of being on the main roster. But yeah, I thought everything here was fine. And I think it's just it's a smart way to get that sixth match onto the card, as it's been desperately needing this kind of stuff. Sometimes we're sitting there on the go home show just kind of knowing we're only getting those 5. But this time it was a nice way. I don't even think they announced it beforehand. It was for the
No, they didn't until the winner was announced. That's when they actually said, "Oh, by the way, it's a Clash." So yeah, pleasant surprise. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I thought it was a fun match, and I'm with you also in kind of not rushing it because I think it's actually getting over. You mentioned the stacked tag division. I mean, really, they could have done with them on Raw, right? But look, they're on SmackDown. They're doing well. They're getting good receptions. The fans in France seem to love them. I think that's expected because Miz is kind of in a portion of his career where he's just getting a lot of love and appreciation as well. And I think it is working. As well, there is that kind of history with the Wyatts, which I think is why they can kind of get away with the Miz being distracted the way he was because he was kind of transfixed on it. But all in all, again, very entertaining. I do have to give a shout out to both Montez Ford and Carmelo Hayes with a beautiful series of frog splashes. Montez all the time, of course, is trying to hit the big one, but I think Carmelo's arguably was even better tonight. So really, really cool bit of action between the two of them. Andy, what are your thoughts, mate, on the match overall, the result, and what it means for the future?
Yeah, my opinion watching it was I think it's a bit messy, to be honest. There's a bit of confusion over what they're doing here, not in like a horrific way, but the sort of dynamics of it is who are we supposed to be rooting for here? Because traditionally the Street Profits have been the good guys. I know they had a little bit of a heel turn, but they were too cool to be heels. So they were kind of like, it quickly changed back. There's been a lot of social media support for Carmelo Hayes in terms of like pushing him to get some more stuff. Well, he's getting some more stuff now. And as you say, he's getting good receptions, and so is Miz. And then the Wyatt Six, who I thought till now have got a pretty good reception, but then they're distracting people. The Street Profits taking advantage of a distraction. And then the Wyatt Six, are they for good? Are they evil? Are they kind of neutral? Like it's for me, it's just missing a focal point of who are we supposed to be rooting for, because I've always considered wrestling is like you need to give me someone or something to root for to get invested in a match and a feud. Now here, I'm a bit confused as to who do I go for, because I liked him on NXT, so I kind of want Carmelo Hayes to do well out of this. And I think Miz is doing his best to kind of push it up. He originally attached himself as, I'm going to attach myself to someone who is on the up and it will help me as well. And that's the impression I got from that. Now it's does he legitimately care and he actually wants to do well, or is he just going to be the Miz at the end of the day? Lots of questions, but it doesn't make me want to root for them. So yeah, a little bit confusing. The Bo Dallas stuff I even found a little bit weird. Like we haven't seen him out of his his Uncle Howdy get up. Dom might be able to tell you a little bit more if when he joins over the weekend. If he does, then I haven't seen him as Bo Dallas for a long time now. So just randomly getting that dropped in was a bit strange, and him playing mental game gymnastics with people to try and poison it. It feels like, yes, maybe we're going to get the Miz and Carmelo break up, but then we actually get the Street Profits breakup. Maybe that's the direction they're going, is a bit of a sort of misdirection, and they've been drip feeding it for a little while. So maybe that's what they're trying to get out of this, but it just feels like you need to give a good guy in this, or a face, for us to get behind.
Yeah, I think even in the past few weeks, it's been similar again with the Street Profits. I can't remember who they were facing a little while back. I remember being on the stream and saying the same thing of like, are we meant to cheer him? Like, are the bad guys again? It was a bit confusing because it just wasn't.
Face as well.
Yeah, but all three teams, I think, have an argument for being heel and babyface. I think there's a reshuffle. There must be a reshuffle going on. I think at the moment it looks like to me that Miz and Mello, because they are the ones that are the most intriguing, might be the best coming out of this as the clear baby faces. If they don't pull the trigger on the turn between either one of them and they commit to it, then that would make kind of sense. And kind of keep the baby faces as Street Profits as baby face and take them out of that, and a different storyline. And then you've got the Wyatts maybe keep as heels, doing dastardly stuff, but people want to cheer them as well. So it's a really confusing kind of, I guess, messy situation, as Andy says. It's been a great year for the SmackDown Tag Team division, but there has been a few times where the overlaps have been just a little bit kind of not great storyline wise. In ring, fantastic, and what these guys have been given as far as TV time and making it work, brilliant as well. But direction has been a little bit kind of missing, I think is fair to say, on some of these storylines. But again, this is maybe where we start twisting into a clear direction maybe next week, now that we come out of this, because something's got to happen right with Miz and Mello going forward, and the Wyatts, even though they aren't in this match. They might even interfere at Clash. Again, speaking of Clash, we're going to have our big weekend kickoff stream later on as well, so stay tuned for that on this channel. The Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel is where it's at for previews, reviews, and watch-alongs, especially of these European shows as well. So thank you to everyone that joined us on that. On the SmackDown watch-along, we had a big moment to celebrate, and that was the winning of the US title by Mr. Sami Zayn. We said it earlier on, he was very confident and he was feeling good about things, and so he should, apparently, because he did walk out with US gold at the kind of cost of Solo Sikoa. Now, I've got to be honest, it's not something I wanted to see. I'm not annoyed I saw it, because I like seeing big moments and I like Sami Zayn. But we touched on it a little bit earlier on. For me, I just wanted to win the world title, so I hope this would play into a story that led towards that. It hasn't done, unless he's kind of screwed out of this title or something like that, and he needs revenge and kind of goes for something bigger in the end. But we've seen him around this kind of level for a long time. We don't need to keep seeing it. Solo doesn't need it as much. He's not going to be damaged because he's lost it. I feel like a month or two ago he was more at risk, and I think he's reinvented himself in the MFTs very well. So he doesn't need the US gold himself. But like I say, Sami didn't need it either. Was this simply giving the fans in Lyon a big moment, as myself and Andy alluded to earlier on? A great crowd tonight, great last year for Backlash and SmackDown back in May. And they got rewarded at least tonight with a big moment to cheer for as well. Fun match. It was your typical shenanigans with the Bloodline and Bloodline adjacent storylines that we seem to get, where it's kind of all over the place, but it is what it is. They did it in a kind of smart way, really, to take away the MFTs, considering that they would have had an extra man if they were just fighting on the outside. So it would have been a little bit weird if they kind of messed up there. So them being distracted and fighting to the back, I think, was the best thing to do if you weren't going to bring someone in to kind of even up things or kind of join either side or anything like that. What do you think, Andy? Let's throw it to you first of all on this one, about the title change and about what this means for this kind of mega storyline going forward. I know you said a few streams back that we're possibly going to get back to Bloodline versus Bloodline at War Games. Even if we don't get there, I mean, we're full force into it at the moment. Minus Jey Uso and Roman Reigns, that's the feud we've already got. And now it's resulted in a title change in hands as well. So what are your thoughts in this kind of storyline we're getting at the moment?
Yeah, I think there might be something bigger at play for two reasons. I think one, getting the US title on Sami. Am I right in thinking is that his first US title?
Yeah.
And this is why he's set up for the Grand Slam. So I think that might be wise to kind of position him there, because from what they've drip fed through the last kind of couple of months was Sami is going to win a world title. That's what his line has been, and he will do it. So it does feel like this is just moving him into that position where he will go down as a Grand Slam champion, which is, if it happens, is crazy, because if John Cena's not won and Sami Zayn is, Jesus, okay, and that's nothing against Sami Zayn, but wow, okay. And I also think he might be a sort of transitional champion where it's moving it ready for who the next person is, because Sami Zayn can tell a great story against someone. So I do feel like maybe it's just the time of getting everything in place for the next stuff that's to come, and it makes most sense to have it on Sami. I will also say there's a reason why Sami Zayn won tonight.
Go on.
On Monday, he was spotted at St James's Park wearing a Newcastle United shirt.
And a nice shirt at that, I got to say.
Yeah, 96, 97 home shirt.
The only thing I've seen from that game is that picture, because I was
That's everything you need to know.
I know, I was doing the live stream
very
before,
quickly.
and there were comments coming in about the score, and I was like, and obviously as an Arsenal fan, I want Liverpool to drop points as much as possible, and hearing that you guys were down to 10 men, I was devastated. And then hearing you come back to 2-2, and then there was 9 minutes added on, I was like, what? And then they won last minute. But look, we won't dive into it too much, because I can see your eyes are
you got that beautiful moment of Pac and Sami Zayn wearing Newcastle United shirts. That's all that needs to be talked about.
That's all that matters.
Wrestling adjacent, it's fine. We'll move on.
That's the 3 points already for you, mate. Talking about picking up victories and stuff like that, though, Charlotte Leclerc. I was going to say Charles Leclerc, like the Formula One racer. Christopher Leclerc. I've never made that mistake for you, Christopher. You've been commenting on the channel for a long time, but it's the first time I've accidentally called you Charles Leclerc. I'm sure you've heard it before. Solo held the US title for 62 days, says Christopher. Not the longest title reign, but I think one that at least did its job to kind of bring him back to the level he needed to be. I guess an argument could be made that if he went to about 90 days, that would have done the job even more so. But look, they've given the title to Sami, and as you rightly pointed out, Andy, him becoming a Triple Crown is a very real possibility if he wins the world title as well. Not a Triple Crown. What is it? Is it a Triple Crown? Is that what I'm trying to say? Yeah, I was confusing my terms there. But yeah, I think that makes sense. Getting that in means that when he wins the title, there's that.
Oh, sorry, Grand Slam.
Slam, yeah.
Triple Crown, I think. Is the Triple Crown the US, the Intercontinental, and the World title?
Wasn't it the World and the IC and the tag title?
Oh, possibly.
Anyway, let's
change.
I mean, it definitely changed now. Let's bring Lucas back into the fold as well. Again, we've just been touching on Sami Zayn's victory. Not one that I think was needed, but still a good moment for the fans in Lyon, and a good moment for us as well. Just simply as a wrestling fan watching the show, it's always nice to get a kind of a victory like that as well. Lucas, what are your thoughts on the MFT's leader losing the gold?
Yeah, it felt like they were trying to give back to Lyon from last year. It's not really needed, but if the Grand Slam discussion is coming into thing again, it makes sense. They were going through a phase where they were trying to update. It seems they're going through this phase last year where they're trying to update a lot of the old records.
Yeah.
Obviously, hasn't been a Grand Slam champ for a little bit. By the way, Triple Crown was the world tag and the mid-card belt.
Yeah.
So the belt in the day.
I went back to the 90s for a minute. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. If we were to exclude Shawn Michaels' daft return to wrestling at Crown Jewel 2018, Shawn Michaels would remain the only true Grand Slam champion, as the only person to win every single belt that he was eligible for while in the company. Other people obviously he never won the Universal title, even though he would have been eligible to win it.
Wow, what a stat. I like that. I like it, but I also hate the fact it's true. But
yeah, but obviously they want to obviously update these records, it seems. Now, it's an interesting one because it does feel a bit like Solo potentially was just a traditional champion in this regards. Because obviously all we did was feud with the person who he beat the belt. He beat to win the belt, and then lost it straight away to the first person. that came barking for it the next week. This makes sense as well because feeding into the bigger story with Sami, where it does seem likely that he is going to be favourite to win the Rumble in Saudi in January, and then potentially win the world title at WrestleMania. But it also fits into the bigger story this year of SmackDown, where obviously he refused to go to SmackDown for a guaranteed World Championship match earlier this year. And so I think if he was to come to SmackDown this time round and not get success kind of off the bat,
Mm.
it would make him look very, very stupid. So I think at least they've kind of covered their asses that way of being like, well, at least he's come over to SmackDown now, he's won a belt. And I think, it might be the stepping stone in order to get him seen in contention for it. But also, congrats for them this week as well for not having to set up the main event during a 25-minute promo segment. I think that was it's always a nice touch when you just have that's the main event, it's sorted.
Yeah.
We don't need to do the long setup beforehand. It felt like it was a big main event, to be fair. Obviously MFTs, Bloodline Light, we're going to call them, I think they did a smart job of getting rid of them kind of halfway through the match and letting the last 10 minutes just be the two wrestlers, but the match essentially. And I guess particularly with Solo losing, it's a way that he loses without losing face too much, I guess, because you guys weren't there for me. And it'll be interesting seeing where that goes going forward. I'm guessing there will be a rematch, as always is with the Bloodline peeps. But I thought it was a decent way to end the show, personally.
Yeah, very good. I think overall it was a fun show. I think the ending really kind of helped. Even if it's not maybe what I would have booked, I'm still glad it happened because it was fun. I did say on the watch along, it felt odd pacing wise at the beginning, but I think the second half it really made up for that, which I think is probably the reverse of what could be said about last week, because the second half's pacing last week was, although entertaining, crazy. A very different show to what we saw in Dublin, but still a fun European tour so far. It doesn't stop here though. We've got Clash in Paris this weekend as well, and then Raw hosts Paris hosts Raw, even I should say, on Monday night. We're going to be covering that in depth on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, but you have been watching our instant reaction review to Friday Night SmackDown. We're also going to have a weekend kickoff show. WWE aren't doing a kickoff themselves, so don't worry, we got you covered. We're going to break down the card in detail in just a bit on this channel as well. Before we do, and before we get out of here, I'm going to throw it over to Lucas and Andy to see what they would rate tonight's show overall. So, Andy, let's go with you first of all, mate.
Oh, what are we doing? Out of 5?
Let's do out of 10.
Out of 10? I think that the crowd gives it a little bit extra, so I'm going to go 7.5 to 8 out of 10.
Okay, nice. I'd go for a solid 7 myself. I think 6 for me is always good show. 7 brings, because it weren't the most spectacular show. I don't think it's going to be one that'll be remembered for a long time, other than what happened at the end and the audience. So that's where my kind of points start to come up from there. Maybe 7.5 is a fair shout, actually. Lucas, what are your thoughts, mate? Do you kind of align with me and Andy?
I do, actually. I think it was an interesting break in the format as well, and it'd be interesting seeing if they do this kind of thing again when they have a next kind of weekend of shows somewhere. Because I like the whole idea of, obviously they set up a match, for Clash, in the location. So obviously you have the tag title match, so the number 10 match. Then they earn the title shot on the Sunday. I think that's a good way of, using the fact that you've got fans there, though, that are paying a lot of money now to be there as well. So it's nice that they get a kind of they're there kind of quote unquote exclusive kind of thing. I think it's a good way. Having the title change at the end, I think made sense. I did think something going forward to Raw. I did have a feeling like AJ might win the belt on Raw. I guess both things could happen because it's wrestling, and there's only so much things you can actually do. But I think it's a good way of giving the fans that moment that's needed. So I think, all in all, it could be, as much as, yes, it's not going to be memorable in the sense of go back and watch this. It could be memorable in the sense of this is the turning point for how they do the kind of go-home shows and try and make them a bit more interesting. Because we've seen some, let's be real, we've seen some very, very poor go-home shows this past year.
Yeah.
Where it's do you not even care about the pay-per-view on Sunday? We're just having random interference in every match and stuff. But I think there's definitely more to come from a lot of this stuff. I think we need to see more from Melanie and Miz. We need to see definitely more from the US title picture for the women, and definitely more from the tag title feud. So I think it's one of those where it's not groundbreaking in that there was this big return, this big moment, but I think it was a big moment in terms of the title change, I guess. But I think it's one of those where a few weeks down the line, I think it will be. That makes sense. It's setting up a lot of stuff coming forward. So I'd say 7.5.
No, I get that. I think that's a fair rating, and as you say, it might be one that at least in the kind of coming weeks will be a kind of marker for kind of storylines and stuff like that as well. And talking of more to come, as I say, we're going to have our weekend kickoff show for Clash in Paris, and then on Sunday we're going to hit you with our build-up show, getting you in the mood and hyped up for that. Very rare on this channel do we have the opportunity to do a watch-along for a PLE, so we're going to be doing that as well for Clash in Paris, and then we're going to hit you with an instant reaction review for that show as well, just like we've been doing here for SmackDown from Lyon. But that pretty much does bring us to the end of the show. Again, really enjoyed having you guys with us tonight. And I hope you enjoyed the watch along experience. Subscribe if you haven't already. And again, I do encourage you to check out the weekend kickoff show. Again, WWE aren't doing one, so we're going to do one for you instead. But I've been Scott. He's been Andy. He's been Lucas. This has been the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. And we'll see you right back here very soon.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.